वरदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि निशुम्भ शुम्भ निर्णाशि त्रैलोक्यशुभदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि मधुकैटव विध्वंसी विधात्री वरदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि निशुम्भ शुम्भ निर्णाशि त्रैलोक्यशुभदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि
Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence, may I kindly request you, please switch your mobile phones to silent mode or turn them off. Your cooperation in this matter will greatly contribute to the smooth functioning of the conference. Na chorharyam, na bhatrabhajyam, na cha bharkari. Vayakrate vardhate nityam, vidyadhanam sarvadhanam pradhanam. The wealth that cannot be stolen, neither abducted by the state, nor can be divided among brothers, neither it is burdensome to carry. The wealth that increases by giving. With this, a very good morning to one and all present over here, respected dignitaries, esteemed scholars, visionary leaders, and agents of change. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that we welcome you to the epicenter of scholarly excellence and global innovation, the International Conference 2025 on the theme Empowering Global Citizens, E-Governance and Education as Catalyst for Social Transformation. Proudly hosted by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Army Institute of Education. This event marks a significant milestone as we commemorate our foundation day, fostering global academic excellence and collaboration. We are glad to announce that Army Institute of Education is one of the few stand-alone teacher training institutions to have received Grade A in prestigious NAT inspection held in May 2023. I, Sharashri,
and I, Pooja, student teachers of Army Institute of Education Greater Noida, are honored to welcome you here at the Army Institute of Education. Amidst the echoing halls of knowledge, we do not merely gather. We converge as architects of a future shaped by innovation, progress, and purpose. In an era where boundaries blur and possibilities expand, e-governance and education stand as the twin forces driving social transformation. E-governance and education empowers citizens with transparency, efficiency, and inclusivity, ensuring that technology bridges gaps rather than widens them. Education, the bedrock of empowerment, nurtures critical minds and global perspectives, equipping individuals to lead with wisdom and compassion. Together, they ignite a revolution of ideas, forging a world where governance is seamless, learning is limitless, and every individual is a catalyst for change. On behalf of the entire Army Institute of Education community, it is with boundless enthusiasm that we extend our warmest greetings and our sincerest wishes for an extraordinary journey of discovery and growth.
ladies and gentlemen, we are honoring our esteemed guest with an exquisite display of artistic creation meticulously crafted by the talented student teachers of the Academy of Innovation and Excellence, Army Institute of Education. And to commence this event, now I request our esteemed principal, Dr. Abhilasha Gautam ma'am, and Registrar Colonel Awarness sir, to felicitate our honorable chief guest, Professor C.V. Sharma sir, a distinguished academician and visionary in the field of education. In recognition of his invaluable contribution, Janvi Singh, batch 2325, position holder in academics, will have the privilege of felicitating him. Thank you, sir. Now I request ma'am to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Kushal Singh sir, retired professor, IIT Delhi. As a token of respect, Priya, batch 2325, position holder in academics, will be felicitating him. We are also pleased by the presence of our eminent keynote speaker. We request you again to felicitate and do the honor. First, we have Dr. Binaras Nityanathan sir, adjunct professor, School of Doctoral Studies, UNISAP University, Cyprus.
बाहर नहीं हुआ इंटरनेट ले आते हॉटस्पॉट लगा लो कहाँ है हॉटस्पॉट कहाँ है किसी को ले लो बच्चे को
Honoring his colleagues' insights and guidance, Neelu, position holder in academics, will have the privilege of felicitating him. Moving on, we have Professor Hajit Kaur Bhatia ma'am, Professor, Faculty of Education, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. In appreciation of their academic contribution, Akash of batch 2325, position holder in academic, will have the privilege of participating here. Next, we have the technical session chair, Dr. Vinita Agrawal ma'am, principal, Satyam College. In appreciation of her academic contribution, Janvi, position holder in academics, will have the privilege of participating here. Thank you, ma'am.
The significance of this event cannot be overstated, and we are privileged to have distinguished personalities with us. Moving on, a visionary leader, an inspiring mentor, and the driving force behind our institution's excellence. It is an honor to invite on stage the esteemed principals of RV Institute of Education, Greater Noida, Dr. Abhilasha Gautam ma'am.
Asto Masal Gamay, Tanso Major Gamay, Mrityu Maan Gamay. Honorable Chairman Sir, respected Chief Guest, esteemed guest of honor, Honorable dignitaries, distinguished speakers, learned scholars, and dear participants. On this momentous occasion, as we celebrate the Foundation Day of our Institute of Education, it is with immense pleasure and joy that I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you at this prestigious international conference on empowering global citizens, e-governance and education as catalysts for social transformation. Today, as we assemble under one roof, we are not just attendees of a conference. We are participants in a global dialogue, contributors to knowledge, and torchbearers of transformation. At the very outset, I extend my deepest gratitude to the management of our Institute of Education, whose unwavering support has been the cornerstone of this event. Our Honorable Chairman, Sir, though unable to join us in person due to the nature of his esteemed appointment, remains our guiding force and source of inspiration. His steadfast belief in the power of education and governance continues to empower us to aim for excellence. Sir, your encouragement, best wishes, and vision for a progressive society fuel our endeavors, and we express our sincere gratitude to you. It is a profound honor to welcome our Chief Guest, Professor C.D. Sharma, sir. Sir, your contributions have shaped policies, influenced minds, and transformed educational landscape. Your guru-like persona has always inspired us. Today, your presence elevates the very stature of this conference. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your time, your guidance, and your invaluable blessings, sir. With respect and admiration, we extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Kushal Sen, sir. Sir, your pioneering work has laid the foundation for Digital India initiatives. Seamlessly blending traditional practices with modern technological innovations, your commitment to excellence, innovation, and nation building serves as an inspiration to all of us. It is a rare privilege to be graced by your presence, and we are truly honored to have you with us today. You are welcome, sir. Professor Harjeet Kaur Bhatia, a scholar, a leader, and an advocate of ICT in education, joins us as our esteemed keynote speaker today. Her passion for lifelong learning, meticulous research acumen, and forward-thinking mindset align with the core themes of this conference. She has been a torchbearer, inspiring countless educators and researchers to break traditional boundaries and explore new frontiers in education. Ma'am, your presence here today is not just an honor, but a source of immense inspiration for all of us. I hope with your presence today, we will collect some courage to bring some meaningful differences in the field of education. We are equally privileged to welcome Professor Dr. Vinaras Nityantham, a scholar of vast global experience and a distinguished professor in education at UNICAF University, Cyprus. His expertise in integrating technology with pedagogy has significantly influenced educational practices worldwide. Sir, your commitment to education and innovation is truly commendable, and we are deeply grateful for your gracious presence. However, the true essence of this gathering lies not just in dignitaries, but in you, the participants. Some of the participants have arrived, some are there on the way. So the participants, the scholars, researchers, educators, and young minds. It is your enthusiasm, your dedication, and your unyielding thirst for knowledge that drives us to dream big and organize events of this magnitude. Your presence transforms this conference into a truly global platform for intellectual exchange and collaboration. A very heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Your insights, discussions, and contributions will shape the discourse and ignite new possibilities in the domains of e-governance and education. As we embark on this journey of intellectual exploration and knowledge sharing, let us remember that global citizenship is not just an abstract concept. It is a commitment, a responsibility, a way of life. And at the heart of this philosophy lies the essence of India's eternal wisdom, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. May this conference be a platform for new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and path-breaking innovations. Let it inspire to work towards a world that is more inclusive, educated, and empowered, where governance is seamless, education is boundless, and progress is for all. With a prayer for universal harmony and prosperity, I conclude with these words: प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो, विश्व का कल्याण हो, समस्त विश्व में शांति की स्थापना हो, सभी सुखी हो, स्वस्थ हो, समृद्ध हो. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude and warmest welcome to all of you. I wish you a thought-provoking and enlightening conference. Thank you so much. With this, now I humbly request Honorable Chief Guest and all the dignitaries to please come forward for the release of cover page of the conference proceedings.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words.
Moving ahead, a leader of unparalleled distinction, a strategist of remarkable expertise, and a warrior who has served the nation with unwavering dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor to welcome a stalwart of Indian Army, Major General Sumit Mehta Sir wishes to Seva Medal for the uncommon talent of reaction to the global stage of the United Nations. From commanding the battlegrounds to shaping future leaders at Indian Military Academy, his journey is a testament to valor, wisdom, and service beyond self. Beyond the battlefield, he has played pivotal roles in shaping the future of military leadership, serving as the ADC to the Chief of Army Staff, a battalion commander at the Indian Military Academy, and a distinguished officer at Army headquarters. His global expertise is further exemplified by his tenure with the United Nations on the Golan Heights and his academic excellence as a graduate of National Defense College, Nairobi. His contributions have been recognized at the highest level, earning him multiple commendations, including the prestigious Wishes to Seva Medal awarded by the President of India. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments and unavoidable circumstances, Major General Sumit Mehta Sir could not join us physically today, but he's connected with us virtually, ensuring his invaluable presence and guidance. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While it's been just mentioned that it's unfortunate I could not be there in physical presence, but I guess I'm empowered by the E that we are talking about today, which is the subject of the international conference part of it, which empowers me to attend to my uh, duties here as well as be part of this very important activity that is happening at one of our premier institutes, the Army Institute of Education. I extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, Professor Kushal Sen, the esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Nithyanantham, Professor Harjeet Kaur, Mr. Anuj Jain, the distinguished resource persons, honorable faculty members, scholars, researchers, and participants at the international conference. A warm welcome, and indeed, we are grateful to you for taking out the time and being amidst us. It happens to be a foundation day of the institute. It's its birthday, and it is very well celebrated with this stimulating intellectual activity that has been laid out. For the past 3 years, the Institute has been conducting an international conference. It takes effort, it requires thought, coordination, bringing people together, and planning for this day, which has come to fruition. I congratulate the Army Institute of Education for this, as also for selecting a very vibrant and a very pertinent subject for the conference. When I look at it, it is talking about empowering global citizens and it is talking about social transformation and it goes through the process of education and e-governance. The global citizen bit is very true. The other day when I was at AIMT and I was mentioning to them, some of us or of our generation have had an opportunity to serve in multinational forums. But it is not going to be so with the generation that is now going to step out into the world and of the people who are students who are going through the education today. For you, it will be a norm. We have these few things when we talk about Indians, citizens, social aspects, and we know we talk about we the people. We speak of Vasudev Kutumbakam. We speak about global village, globalization. Now, these entire thing will become the society that we are talking about. At the same time, we are talking about empowerment. Uh, if we look at what India has done, how India is going through the social transformation, what immediately strikes all of us is is India's digital stack. The Aadhaar, the UPI, the KYC, the e-signature, the digital locker. These are great tools to empower and get the social order together, as also fuel them towards progress and growth. While I say that, I would also like to mention that transformation can be through reforms, evolving through it, or it can be disruptive and transforming beyond. The aspect of the subject today, which talks of transforming, uh, is apt because the digital era and the tools which are available empowers us to transform and not just evolve from one step to the other. While I mention that, I would also be quick to make a mention about what Yuval Hariri in his book Nexus made a mention. The smartphone in our hands has more information than the Library of Alexandria. While I say that, I would also like to make a mention of what Elon Musk mentioned a couple of weeks back. In that, he said, now this one is related to the downside, which we should be wary of, and that is don't teach AI to lie. While I say these, I am, I am quite confident that through the education which which brings up to brace the level of knowledge, awareness amongst the students, as also empowers them with the power of discretion to utilize or not utilize the knowledge available or to use it correctly. So the students with this armory with them now will move forward and become a party to the governance, and the digital stack and the e-empowerment that has happened and it is continuing to progress at a breakneck speed helps us to achieve all this. The forum which has been got together by the Army Institute of Education is a platform for discussion, for presenting thoughts, touching each other to learn and evolve in the process. It's a great forum, and in the last few years, where these international conferences happened and the documents which were then put together, when one goes through them, one does see some very valuable thoughts and good work. With these words, I declare the conference open, and I uh, look forward to an engaging and stimulating time for the researchers and the people who are presenting papers. I wish the conference all success, and once again, I convey my gratitude to all the dignitaries who made it convenient to make this event a success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Moving ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my immense honor to introduce our chief guest for today, Professor C.V. Sharma, sir. Professor Sharma, sir, is the former chairman of NIOS and is also serving as the director of the School of Education at IGNOU. His leadership has significantly contributed to the field of open and distance learning in education. With over 2 decades of experience in open and distance learning, Professor Sharma sir has been at the forefront of educational reforms in India. He played a key role in the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan distance education program, which aimed at improving elementary education across the country. His visionary work also extends to National Education Policy 2020 as he was the member of the committee that drafted the Distance Education Council of India Bill 2050, which is set to shape the future of distance education in India. Professor Sharma sir's academic journey is equally impressive. He holds a PhD from Hull University, UK, where he researched multimedia approaches to teaching literature, and MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, focusing on language teaching through television. He has been involved in curriculum design, academic planning, and the development of innovative educational programs, including the creation of audio programs for teaching training at IGNOU. His leadership in education is recognized both nationally and internationally, having lectured at universities across the world and contributed to numerous educational committees and boards. He has published extensively and has played a key role in several national initiatives aimed at improving the quality of education in India. We are truly privileged to have Professor Sharma sir with us today. His wealth of knowledge and experience will undoubtedly provide invaluable insights.
Before we proceed, I now request the distinguished dignitaries to kindly proceed to the dais and grace us with their esteemed presence, please.
It is with great pleasure that I now invite Professor C.V. Sharma sir to deliver the address.
Thank you so much. I must at the outset convey my gratitude to the Honorable Principal Abhilasha Gautamji, the Army Institute of Education, for giving me this opportunity to share my views with you. It's really my privilege. Without taking much time in felicitations, I would like to also congratulate on selecting the topic that you have taken today. A couple of years back, I had come on the same day and shared my views with the students. And I hope you carry some of these as you graduate and then shape the future of millions of future citizens. So my sharing of ideas would primarily be with the young colleagues or students who are here. I must congratulate you on selecting the topic, empowering global citizens. And let me start by asking you, what is education about? What is education about? What do we do? हम क्या करते हैं? खास करके आप अगले 30-35 सालों तक क्या करने जा रहे हैं? Empowering citizens. I'm often reminded of the definition that has been given of education. And university stands for humanism. Remember this word all your life. Remember this word all your life. As educator, you are changing lives. You may not realize today, but the young minds that you would be creating and transforming would shape their lives, and they would be hundreds and thousands, as you would be serving for 3 or more decades. हमारा सबसे पहला काम होता है व्यक्ति निर्माण, creating global citizens. Who is that global citizen? उसकी क्या परिभाषा है? हमारा विद्यार्थी जब कहीं अफ्रीका में भी बताया गया, हमारे चेयरमैन जो अफ्रीका में भी जाके काम किए, भारत ने वहां अपनी सेना भेजी थी वहां शांति पहुंचाने के लिए, तो भेजा क्यों था? जब अफ्रीका में भी कहीं कोई रोता है, कहीं कोई परेशान होता है, कहीं वॉर होता है, तो भारत क्यों दुखी होता है? भारत क्यों चिंतित होता है? भारत क्यों अपने लोगों को भेजता है कि जाके वहां शांति पहुंचाओ? ये सारे देश नहीं करते, क्योंकि हमारी चिंता है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, दुनिया में हर कोई सुखी रहे। और ये कैसे होगा जब तक हम ऐसे सिटीजन नहीं पैदा करें जो दुनिया में शांति कैसे आएगी इसकी चिंता करें। So who are those global citizens? What do we mean by global citizens? As I said, university stands for humanism, for tolerance. We are in a difficult world. We are, as Foster says, in an age of telegram and anger. हर कोई जल्दी में है, तुरंत हो जाना चाहिए, हमको मिलना चाहिए. And I believe all that you are exposed to every day pushes you towards, I am the best. Look at the television opera that you see. Everybody thinks I am the best. We have no tolerance. अगर मैं फर्स्ट नहीं किया तो क्यों नहीं किया, मुझे ही होना, ये मुझे क्यों नहीं मिला, मुझे ही मिलना चाहिए था. ये टॉलरेंस खत्म हो रही है दुनिया से. हम ये भूल गए हैं कि हमसे भी बेहतर कोई होगा. आप टीचर्स होने जा रहे हैं, आपके सामने बहुत सारे बच्चे होंगे, आप भी होंगे, स्वयं आपके लिए भी ये बात सही है. टॉलरेंट होना जरूरी है. टॉलरेंस खत्म हो रहा है और वही हमने शिक्षा सिखाती और वही संस्थाएं सिखाती है. अगर टॉलरेंस नहीं है तो संस्था नहीं है, वो शिक्षा नहीं है, वो विद्यार्थी नहीं है, वो शिक्षक नहीं है. सबसे पहली बात है टॉलरेंस. So university stands for humanism, for tolerance, for reason. For reason. Ask yourself again and again and again, who am I? Who am I? आप कौन हैं? Can you define yourself? Can you define yourself? Who am I? I have stayed, as it was mentioned, abroad. So when I was abroad, and I was in UK, there's a popular term there, all browns, Asians are Pakis. तो जब हम सड़क पर चलते थे तो कोई अपनी गाड़ी से चिल्ला के चला जाता था, गो बैक पाकी. हम सबको पाकी ही कहते थे, तो अच्छा नहीं लगता था. हम दूसरे के देश में क्या कर रहे थे? तो सोचा कि चलो लौट ही जाते हैं. तो हवाई जहाज पकड़ के बंबई पहुंचे तो टेलीविजन पर चल रहा था, ये पुरवैयों को बंबई से निकालो. ये पुरवैया आके बंबई को भर दिए हैं. एक बार मैं दिल्ली के स्कूल में एग्जामिनेशन लेने गया था बीएड के स्टूडेंट्स का, और टीचर पॉपुलेशन एक्सप्लोजन पढ़ा रही थी और उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया कि ये बिहार यूपी से लोग आकर के दिल्ली में इतने बस गए हैं कि दिल्ली में पॉपुलेशन एक्सप्लोजन हो रहा है. जब बंबई में मैं टेलीविजन पर सुना कि पुरवैयों को निकालो, पुरवैया भर दिए हैं बंबई को, तो मुझे लगा मैं कहाँ आ गया, मैं पुरवैया हूँ, मैं बिहार से हूँ. लेकिन मेरी चिंता ये नहीं हुई. मेरी चिंता ये हुई कि बंबई में भारत की पहली विश्वविद्यालय खुली थी, पहला यूनिवर्सिटी खुला था। आपको पता होगा 1857 में 3 यूनिवर्सिटीज खुले थे, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई एंड कलकत्ता, मैड्रास एंड बॉम्बे। मेरे मन में ये विचार आया, कैसी यूनिवर्सिटी है, यहाँ एक भी व्यक्ति खड़ा नहीं हुआ जो ये कहेगा कि बंद करो ये, पुरवैया भी भारतीय है, पुरवैया भी ग्लोबल सिटीजन है, वो भी व्यक्ति है। वो एक भी पढ़ा लिखा व्यक्ति नहीं है बंबई में क्या? I want to shake you. If you are educated and you go into the world, would you stand by them with whom nobody stands? Would you weep for those who are dying in Africa? Would you shout for those who are deprived, who are less privileged? If you don't, you are not educated. You are not a global citizen. आपकी डिग्री बेकार है. And this is only the half story. When I went back to Patna, they said, आप कहाँ से हैं? मैं मोकामा से हूँ. कहे तो आप पटना में क्या करते हैं? आप तुमको तो मोकामा में रहना है. तो मैं मोकामा चला गया. और वो कहेगा आप किस टोला से हैं? ये तुम मत करना. अगर आज इस सेमिनार का कोई मैसेज देना है तो ये देना है, you are a global citizen. You would be creating citizens who should be global. मैं दिल्ली 1982 में आया था, 1982 में, and I have been an activist all my life. 1984 में दंगे हुए. मेरी बड़ी अच्छी दोस्त एक थी, सिख थी. हम बैठे थे, चाय पी रहे थे लाइब्रेरी के बाहर, और खबर आई मिसेस गांधी असैसिनेटेड. और उस लड़की ने कहा, I wish, I hope no Sikh has done it. And then what happened, we all know. Nobody stood. हम कभी अलग कम्युनिटीज नहीं थे. And that divided. And that cleavage is so deep, it can never be filled. कहाँ गए वो सब पढ़े लिखे लोग? कहाँ गए वो सब यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रेजुएट्स जिनसे एक्सपेक्टेड था कि वो ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स बनेंगे? ना टॉलरेंट रहे, ना रीजनेबल रहे. क्या मतलब है उस शिक्षा का? I had not prepared. I just read the topic and I came, but I have left education. And as I said, I have been an activist. I have stood for these things. The message I want to convey to you is become a teacher. आप अगर टीचर हैं तो आपको बच्चों में भेद नहीं दिखेगा, आपको समाज में भेद नहीं दिखेगा, और आप खड़े होंगे उन चीजों के लिए जो आपको लगता है गलत है. हम सब समझते हैं, we all understand this, but कौन करे यार, छोड़ो, तुम्हारा क्या लेना देना. नहीं, आप टीचर हैं, आप सिटीजन हैं, ग्लोबल सिटीजन हैं, आपको खड़ा होना ही चाहिए. जब हम जेयू में पढ़ते थे, बताया गया, अभी मैं वहां से डिग्री लिया, बड़े सालों तक रहा, एक्टिविस्ट रहा. सिरप्रस में कुछ होता था, चिली में कुछ होता था, और हम जुलूस निकालते थे. लोग कहते थे ये जेयू वाले पागल हैं क्या, अपनी समस्याएं तो हल नहीं हो रही हैं, वहां के लिए जुलूस निकाल रहे हैं. ये चिंता आपकी होनी चाहिए. क्या मतलब है केरला में कोई मर रहा है? अरे कैसे नहीं मतलब है? जो हो रहा है वो गलत हो रहा है. हम खड़े होंगे क्योंकि हम एजुकेटेड हैं, हम पढ़े लिखे हैं, हम टीचर हैं, हम शिक्षक हैं. रामायण के सुंदरकांड में के 37वें दोहे में बड़ा अच्छा कहा गया है, सचिव वैद्य गुरु दीन जो बोलहि प्रिय भयास. सचिव वैद्य गुरु दीन जो बोलहि प्रिय भयास, राज धर्म तन दीन कर कोई यही वेग विनाश. आप अगर ये सोचने लगेंगे कि हमें क्या लेना, हमारी तो नौकरी चल रही, तो सत्यानाश हो जाएगा समाज का, और समाज आप ही से है. I remember the German chancellor saying, a nation can progress only up to a stage to which the teachers have been trained or teachers have attained. आप कहां तक पहुंचे हैं वहीं तक अपने बच्चों को पहुंचा सकेंगे। लेकिन हमारी परंपरा कहती है कि हम जानते हैं कि मेरी लिमिटेशंस हैं, हम बच्चे को कहते हैं अरे हम यहां तक पहुंचाए, अब आगे चलो, आगे चलो, हमसे भी आगे जाओ। ये हमारी परंपरा है, याद रखना। तुम भारत से आए, तुम भारत से शिक्षित प्रशिक्षित शिक्षक हो। When I say this is not sermon. जब इस मंच से खड़े होकर लोग बोलते हैं, सब लोग ऐसा ही बोलेंगे, लेकिन आपको जीना है। You must live it. So, adventure with ideas. Adventure with ideas, because the society depends upon us. हमेशा एक नई बात करो, क्वेश्चन पूछो। ये somehow खत्म हो गया हमारे समाज में। हमारी परंपरा थी कि हम प्रश्न करते थे और तभी नई बात निकलती थी, नया ज्ञान निकलता था। ये परंपरा खत्म हो गई क्योंकि हम पश्चिम के या दूसरों के प्रभाव में आए। ये हमारी परंपरा नहीं था। अपने साहित्य को पढ़ो। हम गुरु को भी क्वेश्चन करते थे, गुरु जी ऐसा तो क्यों, और गुरु उत्तर देता था। मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता हूं कि आपकी संस्था में क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन आप जब जाके बने तो वैसा ही गुरु बनिएगा। क्वेश्चन पूछने दीजिए। Maybe I am not able to answer, that doesn't matter. And your students would have more respect for you if you say, look, I don't have an answer to this, but I'll try and find an answer for you tomorrow or day after or maybe sometime later. It's not that I know everything. I have a point of view. So I'm sharing. Maybe that's not the correct. That's not the argument. So let's together do it. Develop that. With the only objective of creating global citizens. Global citizens. भारत गुलाम हो गया। हम दुनिया में सबसे बड़े थे, हम दुनिया में सबसे अमीर थे, क्योंकि हमारी संस्थाएं सबसे अमीर थी। हम बड़ा विचार रखते थे, इसलिए अमीर थे, हमसे नहीं। हमसे तो थे ही, हमारी संस्थाएं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी, सबसे अच्छी संस्थाएं थी, लेकिन हम विचार में सबसे बड़े थे। मैं क्यों कह रहा हूं विचार से सबसे बड़े थे? बाहर से लोग आए, व्यापार करने आए, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, और हमको गुलाम बना दिया। हम भी विदेश गए। आप पूरब में जापान तक जाइए, पूरे चीन ट्रैवल करिए, हमारा ही विचार प्रिवेल करता है। बुद्धिज्म आज जिंदा है इन देशों में। आप इंडोनेशिया जाइए, आप थाईलैंड जाइए, आप पाएंगे हिंदुत्व वहां जीता है। रामायण आज भी प्रैक्टिस है। मेरे मित्र हैं इंडोनेशिया से, मुसलमान है, नाम है सूर्यवर्धन। And I hope you get the message. Can you find a Hindu in India who has his name Surya? Why is Buddhism not alive here? It's not a very vibrant way of living. हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि दुनिया के तमाम विचार देश में आए और सबको हम समाहित कर लिए, हम सबके साथ रहना सीख गए, तभी हम भारत। लेकिन क्या हुआ कि जो बाहर से आए वो हमको गुलाम बनाए, हमारे विचार को मरने दिए। मेक अ डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन हिंदुइज्म एंड हिंदुत्व। जब हम हिंदू बोलते हैं तो हम रिलीजन मीन करते हैं, पंथ मीन करते हैं, जो नहीं है मतलब हिंदू का। वेद को पढ़ो, वेद क्या मैसेज देता है? आप शायद एक भी एड्रेस नहीं पाएंगे जिसमें कि वेद के कोई वाक्य ना है। ये इतना बड़ा है, और वो रिलीजियस नहीं है जिस सेंस में हम वेस्टर्न रिलीजन देखते हैं, वो ह्यूमैनिटी के टर्म्स में है। ये समझने की बात है, क्योंकि हमने ये कह दिया कि हमारी संस्थाएं धर्मनिरपेक्ष होंगी, पंथ निरपेक्ष होना था। आपका पंथ अलग हो सकता है, हमारे दोनों का धर्म एक होगा। And I'm referring to again the global citizenship. हम सब ह्यूमंस हैं, हम सब एक दूसरे के लिए केयर करें, चाहे वो दुनिया में कहीं भी हो। We often say, ये West में, European universities, I had the privilege, as it was mentioned, of traveling and being there. I must tell you, they are more Hindu than us. They are more egalitarian. They are more neutral. They are more autonomous. There you have that space. मैं इंग्लैंड में बैठ के अंग्रेजों को बोला हूं कि आप लोग तो इतने अत्याचारी हैं कि हमारे देश को जाके गुलाम बनाए, और बड़े टॉलरेंट हैं कि सुना भी कहा। ऐसा है क्या? क्या हुआ? मेरे एक मित्र थे, हिस्ट्री के टीचर थे, एक दिन वो क्लास में जा रहे थे, मैं कहा कि मैं आपके साथ चलूं। ये बात मैं कई बार दोहराता हूं ताकि आप भी समझ सकें। और वो कॉमनवेल्थ पढ़ा रहे थे, तो वो बताया कि देखिए हम दुनिया भर में गए संस्कृति फैलाने, लोगों को सिविलाइज करने, लेकिन हमारी स्थिति वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद खराब हो गई, इकोनॉमिकली हम पुअर हो गए, तो हमको कुछ देशों से निकल के आना पड़ा, भारत भी उनमें एक था। तो जब मैं निकला तो कहा, डॉक्टर ब्राउन, व्हाट यू सेड इज एंटायरली रॉन्ग। I said, we pushed you out of our country, we threw you out, you were not ready to leave us. I no, don't tell me. I have read it in my books. I said, but that's wrong. And he was a teacher of history. I got the स्वतंत्रता संग्राम एक NCERT की किताब होती थी, फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल करके, मैं वो दिल्ली से मंगाया, उनको दिया, वो पढ़े। I'm surprised, how did my textbook say that we went for the welfare of India and not to plunder? ये हम पढ़ा देते हैं किताबों में, और फिर सिटीजन वैसे ही तैयार होते हैं, ऐसा ही सोच के बनते हैं। Question your textbooks as well, do your own research. I'm taking more time than I have been given, but I'll end with the argument. We are in a difficult world. We are in a difficult world, very young friends, and you are, to my understanding, heading towards a more difficult world. We are getting better, we are getting richer, we are getting more and more polarized. The world is getting more and more polarized because there is a stiff war for power. जो सत्ता में होते हैं उनका काम ही है हमको बांटना। जब तक आप दोनों झगड़ेंगे नहीं तो एक मेरा फॉलोवर कैसे बनेगा? ये दुनिया का तरीका है, और आप तो टीचर होने जा रहे हैं, आपको ये समझना ही चाहिए। हम अपने बच्चों को कैसे उससे बचा के रखें कि देखो ये जो पॉलिटिशियंस करते हैं वो अपने लिए करते हैं, वो ग्लोबल सिटीजंस के लिए नहीं करते हैं, वो विश्व शांति के लिए नहीं करते हैं। I think George Bernard Shaw has said very well, and I must quote, politicians can do anything to remain in power. Politicians can do anything to remain in power, even think for the nation. But you have to be different. क्योंकि आप गुरु हैं, आप टीचर हैं, आप वो कुम्हार हैं जो शेप करके किसी भी मिट्टी को सोना बना सकते हैं। तो यही आपका काम है। How would you save yourself with this world of telegram and the anger and all day in and day out? The television and the politicians are spreading all types of messages that you are different than your neighbor. कैसे बचाओगे अपने को और अपने बच्चों को? क्योंकि वो अच्छे तुम्हारी बच्चे। एक बच्चा जब लौट के आता है ना, अब 40 साल पढ़ाने के बाद जब कोई आता है और कहता है सर आपको वहां सुना था, आपने वहां पढ़ाया था, कितनी प्रसन्नता होती है मैं बता सकता हूँ, किसी और को नहीं होगी। यह खुशी और किसी को नहीं मिलती है। And you are fortunate to have decided that you will be a teacher. The message I can give you is, you are in a very good profession, but a difficult profession. यहाँ लाल बत्ती गाड़ी पर कभी नहीं लगेगी, भूल जाओ। एक बड़ी अच्छी किताब है लेविट की फ्री इकोनॉमिक्स, जिसमें उसने 3 चीजें कही हैं। हम क्यों जीते हैं? हम 3 चीजों के लिए जीते हैं। पावर, लाल बत्ती गाड़ी पर 12 गाड़ियां चलेंगी, उसमें हम जाएंगे, फिर एक गाड़ी से हम उतरेंगे और सब लोग इधर उधर दिखेगा, हम सोचते हैं ये बड़ा आदमी। या आप बंबई में उतरे, चौपाटी पर चले और कहें कि ये जो 36 मंजिला मकान है ये फलाने व्यक्ति का है, वो इतना अमीर है, वो बड़ा आदमी होगा। लेकिन जब आप फटा हुआ कोट पहन के बंबई के एयरपोर्ट पर उतरते हैं, लोग कहते हैं अच्छा ये अमर्त्य सेन है, ये नोबेल प्राइज विनर है। दुनिया इनके विचार को सलाम करती है और वो अपना बैग उठा के चला जा रहा है अकेले, लेकिन हर कोई उसको देख रहा है, वो अमर्त्य सेन जा रहा है। आपको वही बनना है। कभी जीवन में लाल बत्ती का शौक मत रखना, कभी घर 36 मंजिले मकान का शौक मत रखना। शौक ये रखना कि कोई बगल से आकर के देख करके ये कहे कि ये तो गुरु जी जा रहे हैं, अरे इनका विचार सुना, ये अच्छे विचार रखते हैं। अगर आपने वो लाल बत्ती और बड़े मकान का शौक पाला तो आप कभी खुश नहीं रहेंगे टीचर के तौर पर, और कभी आप ग्लोबल सिटीजन नहीं बना पाएंगे, क्योंकि आप उसी चक्रव्यूह में फंसे रहेंगे। Start enjoying poverty. Start enjoying poverty. तभी आप टीचर बनेंगे और तभी आप ग्लोबल सिटीजन बनेंगे। I'm very emotional about this topic. I'm emotional about my profession as well. I have left this profession. It was not by compulsion but by choice that I became a teacher. In fact, I wanted to become a politician, let me tell you, because I wanted to change things. बड़े कम उम्र से मैं चाहता था कि कुछ चीजें बदलें, कि बदलना है। वो आज तक पूरा नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन पॉलिटिशियन बन नहीं पाया। उसके लिए जो इंग्रेडिएंट जरूरी थे वो मेरे पास था नहीं। एक बड़ा अच्छा रिपोर्ट है, क्योंकि मैं जब ये बात कह रहा हूं तो आप प्रमाण भी मांगेंगे, क्योंकि वही हमारी परंपरा भी है। एक सुधा राव का रिपोर्ट है नीपा का, on the selection of vice chancellors, and it is 20 years back, I think year 2000, और vice chancellors conference का report है कि you require money and muscle power to become vice chancellor. I'm quoting the report. तो ये दोनों नहीं थे कि हम पॉलिटिशियन बन पाते, तो मैं सोचा कि टीचर ही बन जाऊं, क्योंकि टीचर बन के मैं जितने जीवन को बदलूंगा वही सफल जीवन होगा। पता नहीं मैं तो कितना कर पाया, लेकिन मेरा संदेश आप सबके लिए होगा कि आप जरूर ग्लोबल सिटीजन बनिए, छोटे विचार से ऊपर हम उठिए, क्योंकि रोज 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 लोग आपको बताएंगे तुम तो लड़की हो, तुम फलानी हो, तुम्हारी आइडेंटिटी डिफाइन करेंगे। इन सब के बाहर आओ, क्योंकि तुम टीचर हो। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी।
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. Global citizen की जो सही परिभाषा होती है वो आपने हमें दी है आज तक। Sir, your thought-provoking words on education has indeed set the tone for the rest of the day. Thank you so much, sir. Rightly mentioned by you, the real power of education lies in the ability to shape individuals who do not accept the world as it is, but who dare to envision what it could be or what it should be. We will certainly do more research, and I think more self-introspection is also required in this regard. On behalf of the management, principal, and staff of Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, and all the attendees, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Professor C.V. Sharma, sir, for gracing us with his noble presence today. We understand you must leave early because of your pressing engagements, but nevertheless, your contribution in this conference, even with your brief time, has been really invaluable. Your words of acumen and revelations have inspired all of us gathered here. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have invested in being with us, and it has been a privilege to have you as our chief guest. Your presence has added immense value to this event, and we are truly, truly honored, sir. We hope to have the opportunity to welcome you again in the future. Thank you again, and we wish you continued success in all your endeavors. And I'm sure we all can relate to the real life experiences shared by Sir over here. Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request all of you to kindly assemble here for the group photograph? Yes, all the faculty members kindly assemble here for the group photograph.
It's not very gentle to speak and leave, but I'm extremely sorry. Abhilasha ji का इतना pressure था कि आप जरूर आएं, लेकिन I have so many things to attend and take a flight at 6 p.m. So I'll have to travel, and I apologize for leaving. It's incourteous, but then माफ करेंगे कि मैं अगली बार आपको आगे सुनूंगा, आपसे बात करूंगा. Thank you very much.
All right, moving ahead. It is an honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Vinaris Nithanathan Sir, a distinguished academician whose transformative work in education has left a lasting impact. With over 18 years of experience and a PhD in education, he has revolutionized teacher training by integrating artificial intelligence and machine learning, creating personalized learning environments that cater to individual student needs. A visionary leader, Dr. Vinaris Nityanathan Sir has fostered global educational collaboration between Asia and Europe, promoting a rich exchange of knowledge. His pioneering work in neuroeducation blends cognitive neuroscience with pedagogy, leading to more effective instructional methods. His award-winning digital literacy curriculum, now adopted by over 500 schools worldwide, reflects his commitment to advancing education. As a collaborator with edtech startups, he plays a key role in developing an AI-powered platform that has impacted over 1 million learners. A staunch advocate for inclusive education, he has designed frameworks ensuring equitable learning opportunities for diverse students' needs. Beyond the classroom, his mindful teaching frameworks emphasizes emotional intelligence and mental health, ensuring holistic development of the students. It is with great privilege that we welcome Dr. Vinaras Nityanathan Sir to deliver today's keynote address. Sir.
Very pleasant morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I thank the management or Ministry of Education, Honorable Chairman, Honorable General Smith Mehta, and the Chief Guest, Professor C.V. Sharma, and the keynote speakers, Professor Harjeet Khan, and Honorable Professor Kushal Sen from IIT, and the principal man, and the registrar, and the faculty members, and the participants, my dear blooming buds of student teachers. Very good morning once again. It's my immense pleasure to be here as a keynote speaker today. I think the last conference I was in online. So God grace, this year I am in offline for you. Yeah, today's world expecting something because we all want to transform the society as a teacher. You know about the Indian thought provoking. Says about Mother, Pita, Guru, then only God. So they are keeping before us. So we are the teachers. So I be proud I am a teacher because once upon a time I was sitting the last bench. I just killing all the teachers, those who are talking in the stage. Now I am standing as a guest. I don't know who is killing me. Because becoming a teacher is not easier. But being a teacher also not easier. But we need to be updated to do some social transformation. Because now the global education expects something more. Because I visited all around nearly 12 countries, being a chief guest and an examiner, as a speaker, as a special guest or something more. But I have seen most of the differences between the student teachers from India and other countries. The Indian student teachers, they have some lack due to some circumstances, maybe depends upon a big nation, big curriculum, a lot of collaboration, a lot of cultural difference, linguistic difference, blah, blah, many things. So today I would like to present something aspect related to your knowledge, like equipping teachers with digital literacy and techno-pedagogy skills for strengthening social transformation and global education. We all know about tech pedagogy because we are following as a main progress in our teaching learning progress in teacher education. But the urgent society, now the 21st century society, expects every teacher equipped with techno-pedagogy, like we can say technological pedagogy, then eco-pedagogy. There are a lot of pedagogies. But before techno-pedagogy, we need some digital literacy actually. So we need to know, for example, this conference is held in both offline as well as online. So what are the struggles faced by the operators? Even he is a student teacher, even he is a computer engineer, but very rare to face a challenge with the technology. So we need a perfect and actual knowledge because technology will not cooperate with us. We have to cooperate with the technology. That's very important. Once upon a time, when I was a teacher educator, I went to a school, government school, to visit my student, observing her teaching. So I went to a government school, just I entered there. There are two boys standing outside. I asked. Then immediately they asked me, who are you? I said, I am a professor from the institution. I want to meet my student. She is having a teacher, training here. Then immediately they said, which college? I said Loyola. Oh, Geeta madam. Ah, very nice and beautiful madam. Very good teacher, sir. You can go to the class. Now he is in class 8. I asked how to go there. Then they said about go straight, take left, and first right. That's a third classroom. He is there now. I asked, what are you doing here? Ah, we are just talking, sir. Don't worry, you can go. This immediately start moving. Then immediately a fellow said, sir, wait, don't go this way. There are some angry dogs are there. So you can take diversion and go straight and take a last left. You can find fourth classroom. She is there. I said, no problem. I can go the same way. I went there. I couldn't see any dogs are there. I saw only a maths teacher and English teacher. They are discussing and shouting with the students. How the students observe our emotions, our relationship with student and teacher. What is a lack over there? But facing this challenge to prove I am your teacher before God. So you have to respect me. How we can show it? Because now every student, they are equipped with technology. Even every mother asking the child how to open Facebook, how to create the account. Because even we have elder, we have an education, but lack with digital literacy. So, but we are the teachers, we should not have that type of lack. Because wherever we go, everybody they expecting a techno pedagogy, a skill for each educator to teach to the student teachers. We are living in the digital age that is full of children called digital natives. Today's students are the quick observers and they are referring internet for all their doubts. Because even everybody, they have never listened to teacher. Then they go home and they are seeing the YouTube videos, tutorials videos to understand the subject matter or anything. I don't know what we do at the classroom. Why they never believe? Why they never understand? Why, what is the lack over there? Then why we never made our social transformation to communicate our knowledge to the students? All the teachers of schools and higher education are in urgent need of using technology urgently and with knowledge. The teachers have to equip themselves with the digital literacy and the techno-pedagogy, which is very, very important in the present scenario. For example, every classroom, even in 2020, many of the curriculums in all over the world, they are focusing about what? Digital literacy in the classroom. In the classroom. How we manage, how we utilize. What are the challenges we are facing? Whether it's a safe or not, how we utilize it, and how you apply all the informations, what we plan for lesson plan. Even now we are planning lesson plan, we are preparing a lesson plan with ChatGPT. You know about when we are studying, ma'am also know about, when we studied about the beard, we have to prepare for 2 days one lesson plan to get corrections from the teacher. Now I don't know how they are doing. Because planning with all understanding needs and needs of the students. But now we have to plan technologically, technically, how we can utilize and manage the technological gadgets. That's very important. So we need to evaluate them. What is the tools available now? So we cannot evaluate only with the question and answers. So they expect now technological way of evaluation. Even though they need some social response, we should not show something different. We have to make a transformation in proper way. So every digital literacy of the teachers prove the ability to find, evaluate, utilize, and share and create the content using proper information technology. So we have to get awareness about how to utilize the email, how we can send the email, then how to send a message, even to the parents, even to the students. Then how to conduct or create a video conferencing or online teaching, and how to manage and balance with the social media platform. So nowadays teachers are using the social media for communicating the students. What we are communicating. So correctly reach to them what we want to communicate. There is a lack over there. They misunderstood something more. So when you have a digital literacy among the student teachers, we can develop the critical thinking. We can develop our safety and security with online, like internet or something. Then digital plagiarism. Because we always, when you go for a research, we can find or we could find lot of plagiarism just to copy and paste. But what is your own thought and own answers to the students and own ideology to the students or to the society? Then we can see some skills, lot of new skills have come now because we are using AI. How to utilize AI? What is AI? AI is a tool. AI is a tool. It's only technology. It's not a device. At the same time, how we can equip the online identity management. You are in online, how to be? For example, online class, we are not in the full dress. We are in the off dress. Who knows? But computer knows. Some cameras are covered fully, but we don't know the thing. It's happened everywhere. So we need a proper awareness about digital literacy when you have it. At the same time, the elements of digital literacy focusing computer concept, internet concept, and web and communication efficiency, even scientific ideology. At the same time, when you go for the digital literacy, we have to develop in a different concept. For example, research oriented, and we can read a books. Before, how many are going to library to sit and read a book nowadays? No. Everything we have in a mobile phone, just to go for a Google search and searching a book. There are a lot of problems over there when you search it. Whether Wikipedia or proper search engine, we are getting authentic information. Even the videos coming in the YouTube is correct. The 5 minutes before they are giving one information, then after 5 minutes they are giving different information, which is reliable information to know about or equip our knowledge. You know about in the research, the primary sources and secondary sources. So we need to identify properly with proper literacy. When you go for a techno-pedagogy, it's a concept everywhere. The whole world expecting and the teachers to equip with this concept. In the teaching learning, we have to equip with the skills of technology, how to utilize. Techno-pedagogy is defined electronical mediated courses that integrate the sound pedagogical principles of teaching and learning with use of technology in our classroom. It is really focusing the content, particularly subject content. We know about subject different from arts, maths, or science, or language. How we utilize the technology. That's really important here. Then the technology always focusing how we moderate with that, how we prepare, then how we apply in a teaching learning. So these are main focusing area of techno-pedagogy. So why I'm talking about the techno-pedagogy and digital literacy? Because when you go for a social transformation at present world, so our main focus, how many of you know about typing skills? Still we are typing with one finger. But when you see the mobile phone, we type a message very faster than a computer. At the same time, how we are using social media to send or chat with the friend about hi, how are you, where are you, what you eat, very fast. But talking about the education perspective, very slow. Why we are not applying properly these things? So where it is a lack over there. So we are facing a lot of challenge because of this. We have gadgets, we have a facility, but we don't know how to manage it, how to handle it. So first we need to believe as I can manage my technology. I'm technically equipped with the knowledge. So I will update my technology. You know about the system versions are updating. Even the mobile versions are updating. Applications are updating. What about being a teacher? Do you update every day? At but the informations are more than known by you or your students. Before you enter the class, ask something, they said about it's old news. They're telling about it's old news. So we have to manage this information effectively, then only be able to cope with living a new global world with the technology. So like the 21st century always focused the social transformation only by making a cause or some planet for constructing and energy and material prospects. But the 21st century focusing technology, communication, computer, internet, wherever you go. Now we never carry the book. How many are carrying the books to the classrooms? Very few, only one notebook or two. Because we should know we are going to the college, we are going to the school. But other places, just they carry only the laptop. Sorry, here, IIT. They go, the professor I see in Madras, they go with a bunch of books. Behind some student, they are carrying the books behind the professor for reference in teaching the classes. Now, a small laptop or small flash. So we need to update, that's very important. We should not forget the tradition, but we need to update. Then only we can compete with the global education. Because now we are not teaching only in the country. We need to collaborate with all over the world because everything becomes globalized. We never eat our traditional foods. We are eating pizza and burger. Any airport you can find about sabji? No, we can see only the KFC or pizza and burger, everything. So becoming globalized for a transport, even the language, even our culture. We are not with our culture. This is foreign culture. So everything changed. Why not in the education purposes? So we also need to update. That's very important. Because the social transformation, we are focusing main thing like the technological relationships, norms and values, how we handle with our time. At the same time, during the process of social transformation as a teachers, so we have to process to move the attribute status to and achieve some status. What is type of status? I full-fledged with the technological knowledge. I full-fledged with the technological knowledge. So the social transformation always affects the people, like interaction and lifestyle with the global connectivity. If you want to do that one, but you need a proper technological knowledge, then you can easily connect it. For example, I'm here, I'm teaching and I am guiding my students. They are not in India. They are in different parts of the world. One from UK, one from West Indies, one from Mauritius, one from Uganda, one from Canada. So every time. So if you don't have proper knowledge with technology, how we can collaborate with them, how we can teach with them from one place to another? Because the whole education now connected. Before we cannot see the Oxford University Press released books from India. We have to wait for a while to get the permission and go to the proper library and get and open the page number. But now, just to click, we are opening from here, from London. So it's a technology. So teachers, we need the present day, we need to equip the technological knowledge, very, very important for the social transformation. When you talk about global education, why? We are ready to do the social transformation with the knowledge of technology. Then what we do the transformation? To connect with the global education system. The Sarma spoke about how he felt in UK, how the education now, how we are having here problems and how we have to connect it. So we need a connectivity only with the technology now. The global education always connects for learning with and from the world. With and from the world. So we have to learn from the world. So mostly we are using all the thoughts and provoking knowledge like that. So the global education makes some changes when you do the social transformation. Number one, social justice and human rights. Not only with the technology, so we can get the concern with the people and we can know about social life of the whole world. Then, at the same time, we can have another aspect like sustainable future. What is the future for us? We finished our BA, where we can get a job. Somebody they have a hope. I'm working only in India. Why I cannot go for abroad to teach? Who said? If you have a knowledge, you can go. You can go. I have seen many teachers, Indian teachers are working abroad. So working abroad means our knowledge shared to the other people. How? They are stable with the technological knowledge. That's why they are able to work together. At the same time, multicultural. For example, whole culture of the life become. Because not only one, everything. So we can easily identify and cultural diversity among them. You can teach with different parts of the people in the world. At the same time, so we can do some transformation and global education. So for example, many courses are available. Everything not available only in India, it's also available other nations. How we can join the courses, how we can know the new knowledge from others. So we need that connectivity, global education. Then, if you have the same, then you can go with lot of connectivity of life. Because being a teacher, being a global teacher, when you thought in your mind, I am a global teacher, I am not teaching only in my nation, all over the world, I have a knowledge source. So that time, they expect you have a good skill in a technology. Good skill in a technology. Then only you are able to make everything. If I ask in the class, you are teaching, what is the technology knowledge do you have? Google Meet, they are telling about it. Zoom, okay. This after pandemic, everybody knows. Even the conversation of business is going on now, Google Meet and Zoom. Apart from that, what is the knowledge in the teaching learning process? They are having a chat in the Facebook. They are having a video chatting in the Messenger, even WhatsApp, a lot of other social medias. But the teachers, what they are doing? We have knowledge about MMS, and other apart from the technology which utilized in the field of education. Because the techno-pedagogic competency for every teacher is an important weapon for social transformation. It's an important weapon in the present society. So, with this competency, every teacher will be able to integrate a technology with the pedagogy in their teaching learning process. So, the 21st century teachers are need to make social transformation using techno skills or technological skills to face the competence, even the competition, even the competence, our focus, and lot of competence. So we have to focus with the global citizen, with global education system. Then finally, if you are teacher, you cube technology, technological pedagogy, all the aspects with your mind and thoughts, then how you utilize? Where you go, how to utilize, only aspect is one, global education system. We know the system in India, like a CBSE system, or state board, or like a matriculation, ISC, and other things. In higher education, there are a lot. We know about the curriculum, but how to utilize it, how to develop. So when you go for a global education system, you can get a lot of certificate courses and training, which will lead you to become a global teacher in the future. So try to become a global teacher to transform a society with a broad mind and think about your best and bright future. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, sir, for your illuminating perspective. Thank you.
Now, moving ahead, it is an honor and a privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker for today, Professor Harjeet Kaur Bhatia ma'am, a visionary leader in the field of educational technology and trailblazer in integrating technology with pedagogy. With over 3 decades of dedicated service to education, Professor Bhatia ma'am has not only shaped the academic landscape but also pioneered innovation that empower educators and students to thrive in digital world. As a former head of the Department of Educational Studies at Jamia Millia Islamia, she had made an indelible mark on higher education both in India and internationally. Professor Bhatia ma'am's illustrious career is characterized by her profound commitment to student-centered learning, her expertise in synchronous, asynchronous, and blended learning models, and her groundbreaking research in educational technology. Her extensive contribution include delivering keynote addresses at prestigious global platforms, authoring influential publications, and mentoring the next generation of scholars in the field. She has served as a subject matter expert and resource person in numerous national and international forums, further cementing her position as one of the foremost educators in the field. Her work in national education policy, the use of ICT in teaching, and her research on emerging technology such as MOOCs, assistive technologies, and social networking site for education has garnered her accolades such as Bharat Gaurav Award and Distinguished Academician Award. Professor Bhatia ma'am's leadership and expertise continue to inspire change in the educational sector. And we are truly fortunate to have her with us today to share her insight. Please join me in welcoming Professor Harjeet Kaur Bhatia ma'am.
Chair, Major General Sumit Mehta ji, Professor C.V. Sharma in absentia, Professor Kushal Sen ji, Professor Vinaras Nithya Nathan ji, Registrar Sahab, Mr. Rajvanshi ji, Dr. Abhilasha Gautam, Dr. Komal, my colleagues from Jamia, Dr. Vijayashri, Dr. Sadarvi, colleagues, and my dearest student teachers, delegates. A very good morning, a very pleasant morning. Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Adab. So today we are here to deliberate on a very pertinent theme that has been conceptualized by Dr. Abhilasha Gautam, and I appreciate her for talking about or thinking about such beautiful theme, which is global citizenship, empowering global citizens, e-governance and education as catalysts for social transformation. So I would be breaking my speech into parts, taking on the various variables that are there and how they are interplaying or how they are contributing to each other, and the world that we want to see, that we envision, how we as teachers can make a difference. So I would be working like that. सबसे पहले बात करेंगे global. What is global? Malls में जाना, Zara, Levi's, McDonald's, है ना बच्चों? This is global. This is what we are seeing as global. So, क्या यही है? Does it actually means global?
Cultural homogenization is
Yes, very nice. Culture, adapting to the culture. और अभी प्रोफेसर C.V. शर्मा ने भी कहा, डॉक्टर अभिलाषा गौतम ने भी कहा कि हमारी इंडियन कल्चर, we have been talking about Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. So the whole world is our family. Now what is the role and responsibility of a family? जितने भी members हैं, कभी we don't indulge in cutthroat competition. वी डोंट इंडल्ज कि मेरे परिवार का है इसलिए मुझे इसके सर के ऊपर पैर रख के आगे बढ़ना है. नो, what we do in the family, we take everybody along, we want welfare of every person in our family. है या नहीं, है ना? तो अगर हम दुनिया को अपनी फैमिली मान रहे हैं, that means कि we go beyond nations, national identity and consider ourselves truly be a person, be an agent जो दुनिया में फर्क लाएगा. कैसा फर्क? Because we are also talking about social transformation. What kind of change we are envisioning in global scenario? देखिए, दुनिया में बहुत सारे issues हैं which impact us and our action and reaction on that impacts the world. And जैसे environmental stability है या sustainability है, कितना हम resources of future generations we are taking, है ना? हम अपने आपने एक ad देखी होगी जिसमें the parents were called and they were said that they can use the colors, है ना? और वो कलर यूज करते हैं तो बाद में पता चलता है बच्चों के लिए तो कुछ कलर बचा ही नहीं. Same way we are taking all the resources, we are not thinking कि कैसे sustainable होंगे तो क्या होगा हमारे future generation. देखा था बच्चों के लिए सिर्फ कलर रंग है ना, सारा कलर पेरेंट्स ने यूज कर लिया. Similarly, if we take all the resources, what will happen to our children? What will happen to the future generation? तो दुनिया में बहुत सारे concerns हैं. एक तो है poverty और वो poverty को systemic issues. What are those systemic issues? Number one, जो हमारे inequalities हैं based on gender, economics. आपने देखा होगा दुनिया में बहुत जगह ऐसा भी होता है कि if you are national of a particular country, you will not be paid as the nation of the country where you are working. ठीक है, जैसे आप यूएस में जाएं, you will not be allowed to one reach the positions there, है ना? और दूसरा आपको उतना पैसा भी नहीं मिलेगा. इसी तरह जेंडर के अंदर भी there have been research studies which point out कि ladies have been paid less than their men counterparts. ये research studies बताती हैं. इसी तरह there are many other issues जैसे ethnicity पे भी आपको पता है racial. अब आप देखिए साउथ अफ्रीका के अंदर पूरा जो मूवमेंट था it was racial और अभी भी ethnicity की बात हो रही थी. अभी प्रोफेसर सीडी शर्मा had also talked कि बिहार से हैं, इंडियन हैं या फिर बिहार में भी पटना से हैं या कहाँ से हैं. लेकिन मैं इससे उल्टा जाना चाहूंगी. पता क्या, जब हम बाहर किसी कंट्री में होते हैं तो यहाँ तो हम पंजाबी, बिहारी, बंगाली हैं. जब हम यूएस में होते हैं तो हम सारे इंडियन हो जाते हैं, इंडियन से भी ज्यादा एशियन हो जाते हैं. तो जहाँ हमें जैसा फायदा होता है ना, we adapt ourselves accordingly. हाँ, तो ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स वो सिटीजन्स हैं those who know कि पूरी दुनिया को मैं इम्पैक्ट कर सकता हूँ और मैं पूरी दुनिया से इम्पैक्ट हो रहा हूँ and I work for the welfare of the whole globe. और आजकल एक नई आपने चीज सुनी होगी ग्लोकल. नहीं तो नहीं, अब तो बहुत पुरानी. What is global? Yes, global. Very nice. Global and local. Global benchmarks, issues, or local how I adapt myself. My every action may help me to connect with the globe. तो यहाँ पे adaptability मतलब हम सभी important हैं. हम में से कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है जो ये कह सके कि मेरे ना करने से या मेरे ना होने से it doesn't matter at all. ठीक है, तो फैमिली में जैसे हर इंसान इम्पोर्टेंट है, इस ग्लोब की फैमिली में we all are important. तो सबसे पहले तो हमने ग्लोबल सिटीजन की बात की. तो ग्लोबल सिटीजन तो राइट्स एंड रिस्पांसिबिलिटी से बनते हैं, है या नहीं? तो अब हमारे क्या राइट्स एंड रिस्पांसिबिलिटीज हैं? व्हाट इज आवर रोल एज ग्लोबल सिटीजन? तो सबसे पहले वी शुड बी अवेयर ऑफ ग्लोबल इश्यूज. क्या ग्लोबल इश्यूज हैं? दुनिया भर में लड़ाइयाँ, है ना, टेररिज्म है, एक्सट्रीमिज्म है, कहीं पे सिस्टमिक वायलेंस है ना. पीस सिर्फ ये नहीं होती दैट देयर इज एब्सेंस ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. जब स्ट्रक्चरल वायलेंस होती है ना, That is also peace के भी दो connotation है. One is called positive, another is called negative. What is negative? कि मैं कुछ contribute नहीं कर रही, but I am free to do certain things. For example, I am free to speak, I am free to acquire property. Okay. लेकिन positive क्या होगी? I have freedom, but if I don't have ability, how would I do? I am free to read French literature. लेकिन मेरे पास ability नहीं है. Would I be able to read it? कभी भी नहीं, है ना? तो freedom अगर आपने exercise करानी है, तो उसके लिए you have to make people capable of. तो positive freedom मतलब मेरे को पता होना चाहिए. अब हम में से बहुत सारे लोगों को बहुत सारे ग्लोबल इश्यूज से पता ही नहीं, कोई वास्ता ही नहीं. पंजाबी में कहते हैं मैनू की, तेनू की, सानू की. समझे आप? नहीं समझे? मैनू की, how does it bother me? तेनू की, how does it bother you? सानू की, how does it bother us? One of us. ये अप्रोच नहीं चलेगी. We are to be aware of the global issues. कि पीस है, आज किसी के राइट्स को आप इंफ्रिंज कर रहे हैं, you're trespassing, don't consider that it will not come on to you. बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर स्टूडेंट यूनियंस आर बैंड, टीचर यूनियंस आर बैंड. तो आप सोच रहे हैं कि हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? फर्क पड़ता है. आज किसी लड़की के ऊपर कोई अत्याचार हो रहा है, यू नो द निर्भया मूवमेंट, है ना? कैसे एवरीबॉडी स्टार्टेड और कितना प्रेशर होके बहुत सारी चीजें हुई, है ना? तो हमें फर्क पड़ना चाहिए. इसी तरह किसी कंट्री के अंदर अगर किसी के ऊपर अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, गलत बातें हो रही हैं, we should be aware and we have to voice ourselves. तो फैमिली में अगर किसी के साथ कुछ गड़बड़ होती है, we have to say. पीस बहुत बड़ा इशू है ना? और सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी बहुत बड़ा इशू है. देखिए कार्बन क्रेडिट्स की हम बात करते हैं ना कि हमें एनवायरनमेंट को सस्टेन करना है, लेकिन कार्बन क्रेडिट्स कहाँ से हम चाहते आए? सिर्फ डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज से. और गैस एमिशंस we allow developed countries to have. No, we can't do that. We have to voice our concern कि ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, है ना? तो फिर एक तो ये है. दूसरा है we as global citizen we have to respect and value diversity. Now, एक ना एजुकेशन का फंक्शन समझा जाता था. आपने सुना होगा, या आपने पेरेंट्स से सुना, वो उनके पेरेंट्स यानी कि आपके ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स उनके टीचर्स को बोलते थे, आपके पेरेंट्स के टीचर्स को, इसे इंसान बनाना. बीइंग इंसान वाज कि एक तरह से आप अगर मेल्टिंग पॉट थ्योरी सुनी होगी आपने, कि अगर आप दाल पकाते हैं या चावल पकाते हैं, एक दाना पकड़ के यू वुड बी एबल टू नो कि ये पक गया या नहीं. सबको एक जैसा बनाना. अभी आप इसे एजुकेशन नहीं कहते. क्या कहते थे एजुकेशन? इतना पढ़ो, इतनी मेहनत करो कि आगे काम ही नहीं करना पड़े, ये बताते थे पहले लोग. Now this is not education. What is education? Education is not degree. अभी education is how do I live? Whether I live in a manner that I am happy soul. है या नहीं? तो इसके लिए क्या करना होता है? आजकल बोलते हैं मिक्स्ड बोल थ्योरी, जिसके अंदर सैलेड के अंदर देयर आर सो मेनी डिफरेंट थिंग्स एंड दे डोंट लूज देयर आइडेंटिटी एंड दे लुक ब्यूटीफुल, है ना? आप नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को भी देखें, हर दुनिया के अंदर पॉलिसी, इफ यू गो फॉर सुप्रा नेशनल बॉडीज कमिंग अप विद पॉलिसीज, यू विल फाइंड that they want to not only identify, recognize but honor diversity. Consider students as resource. एक टीम दिल्ली से गई किसी ट्राइबल बेल्ट में और वहां जाके बोला यहाँ के बच्चे बिल्कुल घटिया, बेवकूफ, गधे, इनको तो कुछ भी नहीं आता, they can't even speak English. उसी टीम मेंबर को किसी इंसेक्ट ने काट लिया, सारा शरीर फूलने लगा. जिसको गधे, बेवकूफ, गवार कह रहे थे, that child knew कि कौन सा पत्ता रगड़ूं और ये ठीक हो जाए, और उसने ठीक किया. तो डोंट कंसिडर कि आपका इंग्लिश बोलना, जो हमारी मेल्टिंग पॉट थ्योरी थी ना कि हम सबको अंग्रेजी बनाएंगे क्योंकि हम गुलाम रहे हैं, नहीं. whatever works for you, whatever works for me, that is important. So we are considering students as resources now. तो अब इसके लिए क्या चाहिए? अगर डाइवर्सिटी है, दूसरे का पर्सपेक्टिव मुझे जानना आना चाहिए, टॉलरेंस चाहिए. भगवान ने हमें दो कान और एक मुंह दिया, बट वी यूज द ऑपोजिट वे. बोलते ज्यादा है, सुनते कम। होना क्या चाहिए? सुनना ज्यादा चाहिए, बोलना कम चाहिए। नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क फॉर स्कूल एजुकेशन के अंदर भी ये बोला गया that least heard voice in the class is that of students. बच्चों को हम बोलने नहीं देते। That should not be. तो जब हम डाइवर्सिटी को प्रमोट करते हैं, when we promote different perspectives, आजकल आप सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट्स पे देख रहे हो ना, रील्स तो आप सब देखते हैं ना, उसमें लिखते हैं POV, है ना? ये क्या पर्सपेक्टिव से बनाया गया है? So that you are able to understand others' perspectives also. Social injustice जो है ना, उसको भी एड्रेस करना, और उसके लिए if we know the various cultures, आपने उबुंटू सुना? जहां पे पूरी दुनिया में कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन हो रहा है, they are saying कि together we will work, किसी को पीछे नहीं रहने देते। अभी कहने को वो डेवलपिंग कंट्री की फिलॉसफी है, लेकिन उस फिलॉसफी को अमेरिका भी यूज करता है when they say no child is left behind, उनका बिल है। हम भी राइट टू एजुकेशन में कह रहे हैं कि एजुकेशन शुड बी अ राइट नॉट अ प्रिविलेज, इस तरह से हम चल रहे हैं। सो जब हम ये बात करते हैं, ग्लोबल सिटीजन की एक और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है that they have to take responsibility for action। ये जो पेपर पे हम लिखते हैं, हमारा एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम हमें सिखाता है कि पेपर पे लिख लिख के हम पास करते हैं। मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दूंगी। मान लीजिए आप सब्जी खरीदने गए, हाँ, 28 रुपीज अ केजी है, आपने 422 ग्राम खरीदी, मतलब सब्जी ऐसे थोड़ी होती, आधा किलो 1 किलो, कितने पैसे लगेंगे? Nobody will bother to calculate। लेकिन यही पेपर में आपसे पूछा ना, तो you will write it correct to the 5th decimal place also। I am जिंदगी से हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। We are very good on paper।
Yeah, it's a huge gap between reality and practice।
Yes।
The theory we are teaching and practically
ये देखते ना, अगर आपने सवाल पढ़े होंगे, इसको ऑडिटोरियम को पेंट कराना है, ये आप निकाल लोगे, एरिया माइनस करोगे, लेकिन जब कोई पेंटर आएगा जो सो कॉल्ड पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है, जो पैसे लेगा, we don't even bother। किसने पढ़ना? हमारी जिंदगी से, जैसे मैडम ने कहा, एजुकेशन और हमारी जिंदगी आर डाइवोर्स्ड। जो हमने सीखा वो हम यूज करते ही नहीं है, करना चाहते नहीं। वी आर नॉट कंडीशन बिकॉज वी आर टॉट। जो भी एक और आप एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देख सकते हैं। आप पढ़ा रहे हैं ना, स्कूल में जा रहे होंगे इंटर्नशिप के लिए, है ना, और आप अपने स्टूडेंट टीचर्स को पढ़ा रहे हैं। आप इनसे कहिए कि मैं आपसे पिछले साल का आज एक क्वेश्चन पूछूं, किताब बस खत्म, तो पास हो। है या नहीं? सच है या नहीं? So would this kind of education ever lead to social transformation? जब आप पढ़ के उसे यूज ही नहीं कर रहे, है ना, बिकॉज हमारा असेसमेंट सिस्टम इज मैपिंग ऑन सब्जेक्ट। अंग्रेजी में इतने नंबर, हिंदी में इतने नंबर, वी आर नॉट मैपिंग क्या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स, व्हाट क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, what creativity we have been able, employability we have been able to generate in our students. Now, second aspect, we have said global citizens. नहीं, एक और चीज, empowering. What is meaning of empowerment? Empowerment का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि कोई चीज available करा देंगे। Empowerment का मतलब है that a person becomes capable of taking decision and owning whatever is consequence of my decision। आप में से कितने लोग ये जो बीएड कर रहे हो अपनी मर्जी से कर रहे हो, और कितने अपने पेरेंट्स की मर्जी से कर रहे हो? हाथ खड़ा करो अपनी मर्जी वाले, सच सच बोलो, सच सच बोलो। और पेरेंट्स की मर्जी, बहन ने कहा तो पहने, शर्म आ रही है कहने में, लेकिन ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं। Even giving this right to somebody to decide for you is your volition। आपकी अपनी मर्जी थी। Later you cannot, हम तो blame game खेलने के लिए तुमने कहा था इसलिए हम ये कर रहे हैं, but actually whatever is happening to us is because of my own judgment, my own exercise of will, है ना। मेरे को कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं करा सकता, लेकिन हमको आसान लगता है कि जो सब कह रहे हैं वो करना है। एम्पावरमेंट में हम वो फ्रीडम, जो पॉजिटिव फ्रीडम की मैं बात कर रही थी, कैपेबिलिटी, यही हमें बच्चों में भी डेवलप करनी है। वी आर मेकिंग देम, दे हैव टू टेक ऑर्डर्स। जो कॉलेज ने करा ना कि वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग clerks, वो नहीं. So empowering global citizens मतलब making students, making every citizen aware of their role and responsibility in this global context and taking action, be ready, be capable of taking action, and then contributing to the global citizenship, well-being of global scenario. ठीक है, ये हुआ. थर्ड आपका जो है वो है e-governance, है ना. Now what is this e-governance? Governance मतलब जो आपके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव काम या जो भी आपकी जिंदगी के काम है वो करना. E means इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली आप करते हैं. तो e-governance में you are providing information, giving services, सारा कुछ communicate you are doing. आज के बच्चों से अगर हम पूछूं तो they are so technology savvy. आपके लिए तो e-governance जो है it is on tips. अभी प्रोफेसर नित्यानंदन जी कह रहे थे कि पेरेंट्स या माएँ कहती हैं अपने बच्चों को, इन्होंने भी माएँ कहा, पिताजी ने कहा कि मेरा फेसबुक अकाउंट खोल. पिताजी तो पहले ही टेक्नोलॉजी से माएँ नहीं होती है ना. तो आप लोग हेल्प करते हैं. So you are digital natives, लेकिन now institutions are becoming e-prone. उनको भी पता चला because nowadays we are talking about transparency. Transparency का मतलब क्या है कि पहले आप देखिए कि आपका कहीं पे एडमिशन हुआ, आपको फॉर्म जो है जाके मैन्युअली भरना था. The list was displayed outside the department and you got to know. वो चेंज भी हो सकती थी. Now because of blockchain, आपको पता है किस टाइम कौन सी चीज कहाँ हो, है ना. Event is registered. Now there are less chances of corruption. किसने क्या किया, कब किया, क्या हुआ, all is registered through technology. तो e-governance is actually facilitating students to किस चीज में. सबसे पहले जो institutions है they are providing services. You are joining any institute based on common entrance test. जो भी forms prospectus निकले पहले हमें हर यूनिवर्सिटी में जाके भरना पड़ता था. Now it is easy for you. One prospectus, one form and you apply to various institutions, है ना. इस तरह से आपको help मिलती है. Then आपको LMS के through, I think your institution will also be having LMS. नहीं है तो बहुत सारे टीचर्स आर nowadays using Google Suite, Google Classroom के अंदर they are using, you are exchanging information और फिर communicate कर रहे हैं. सारी चीजें आसान होगी. अभी ये भी फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी हो गया कि पहले हम बैंक जाते थे फीस जमा कराने, फिर भाग के आते थे. Now the institutions having UPI payment gates, तो आप सीधा स्कैन करते हैं, you pay. तो बहुत ही आसानी होगी from admission to your successful completion of course to your use of those things in daily life. You are using technology. E-governance has become the norm rather than being exception, which was at our times. Now it is a norm. तो हम क्या हो गए? We are becoming more efficient. ज़्यादा चीजें कर पाते हैं. We are becoming transparent और accountable भी हैं. अभी आप फाइल्स पे किसी की रोक के नहीं बैठ सकते, है ना. एक तो राइट टू एजुकेशन, एक राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन भी है. 3 दिन से ज्यादा आप किसी फाइल पे बैठेंगे नहीं, और बैठ गए तो यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन व्हाई. एंड थ्रू फाइल ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम एवरीबॉडी नोस कहां पे क्या हुआ, क्या क्या. ये किस वजह से हुआ? इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ ई-गवर्नेंस. अब आपने एक और जो चीज बताई वो है आपके इसके अंदर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. ई-गवर्नेंस था और अब एजुकेशन. व्हाट इज एजुकेशन? इज इट क्लासरूम टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेसेस और इज इट बियॉन्ड? बहुत ज्यादा बियॉन्ड. तो वो सब चीजें क्या होगी? ये जो भी चीज आपने सीखी नॉलेज नहीं है. इट इज एक्चुअली टेकिंग इट बियॉन्ड नॉलेज टू प्रोडक्टिव यूज बाय द लर्नर्स, बाय द टीचर्स आल्सो. टीचर भी लर्नर है. अभी स्टेज ऑन स्टेज नहीं आके कहानी कर दी, जो मर्जी बोल दिया. पहले तो ये बात चल जाती थी बिकॉज देयर वाज स्कैर्सिटी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन. आप किताब लेने जाते थे लाइब्रेरी में, मिलती नहीं थी. आपको नहीं पता होगा, आपके पेरेंट्स को पता होगा, है ना. किताब लेने गए लाइब्रेरी में, वो मिलती नहीं थी. फिर आप रिक्विजिशन छोड़ के आते थे लाइब्रेरियन आपके लिए वो किताब हफ्ते 10 दिन बाद अरेंज कराते थे और जोन से पेजेस आपके टीचर ने बोला था रेफर करने के लिए वही पढ़े होते।
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही। We were the generation
हाँ।
faced this.
और फिर आप डर के हमारे लाइब्रेरियन से ये भी नहीं बोलते थे
Yeah.
फटे हुए, क्यों? आपसे पैसे ले गए, पढ़े आपने नहीं, आपको नहीं पता बच्चों, लेकिन क्यों नहीं पता आपको? Because with a click
Yeah.
you get so much reading material, है ये जो, और हमको तो इतने सारे हार्ड कॉपीज या फोटो कॉपीज जो हट जाती थी ना, आप एक मोबाइल के अंदर हम फोटो कॉपी कराने तो फोटो खींचते स्कैन करते हैं, तुम अपनी जिंदगी के साथ वाकई रिलेट कर रहे हो। हमको इतनी मोटी मोटी किताबें, अभी सर बोल रहे थे ना कि आईआईटी के प्रोफेसर 10 किताबें लेके चल रहे थे, है ना, रेफरेंसेस ना, किंडल भी छोड़ो, apps, they are giving you access to so many things। तुम तो 10-10, 20-20, 100-100, 1000 किताबें इसमें डाल रहे हो, फिर इसके बाद एक एक्सटर्नल ड्राइव इतनी सी और जितनी मर्जी रखो, it is easier or not, है ना? So it has become easy for you। और इसके बाद एजुकेशन और क्या होनी चाहिए? We should be using whatever we have learned in the class for education। हमेशा पॉजिटिव है, it is for welfare, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। कभी आपने स्मगलिंग का स्कूल सुना? चोरी, रॉबरी, थेफ्ट होते होंगे ना। अगर आप हैकिंग भी सिखाते हो तो एथिकल हैकिंग करके सिखाते हो, है ना, दैट विल बी बेनिफिशियल फॉर द सोसाइटी, है ना। अगर आप कोई भी चीज, अगर आप मारने की भी ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हो आर्मी को, इट इज बिकॉज कि उसका पर्पस कुछ पॉजिटिव, किसी डाकू को सिखाने के लिए आप कभी भी ये नहीं करते। तो एजुकेशन का जो पर्पस ही है दैट वी वांट टू टेक पीपल इन पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन, है ना। सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन क्या होगी? एक तो फ्रेरे कहते हैं पेडागोजी ऑफ द ऑप्रेस्ड, कि मान के चलो जिनको आप पढ़ाने आए हैं वो बेचारे हैं, आपको उनको इस जगह लेके आना है ना, जो मास्टर्स फैंसी है, मास्टर्स फैंसी मुझे ये बनना है, जैसे आईएएस ऑफिसर या आर्मी में कोई बड़ी पोजीशन पे आना है, इस तरह से ये कहते हैं। लेकिन आज के जमाने में द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ अदर पर्सन इज इम्पोर्टेंट। मैं एक और आपको स्टोरी सुनाती हूँ। एक बार एक फादर हु इज सपोजिटली वेरी रिच, मैं फादर नहीं कहूँगी, एक बार पेरेंट्स हुआ, मैं भी जेंडर वाली बात करती हूँ तो द पेरेंट्स आर वेरी रिच, दे टेक देयर चाइल्ड इन अ मर्सिडीज टू अ बीच, और उस बच्चे ने ब्रांडेड, जो भी मैं बात कर रही थी ना, बढ़िया से बढ़िया ब्रांड के कपड़े पहने हुए हैं, एंड दे शो हिम कि देखो वो बच्चे कैसे नंगे खेल रहे हैं, उनके पास तो जूते भी नहीं है, तुम्हारे पास कितने बड़े कपड़े, और बच्चा पता क्या कर रहा है? वाओ, दे कैन एंजॉय सनलाइट, they can walk on sand barefoot, wow, they can live without having to wear this brand। तो बच्चे को आजादी इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट लग रही है, और माँ बाप को लग रहा है कि हम तुमको एयर कंडीशन दे रहे हैं, हम तुमको ये ब्रांड दे रहे हैं, वो ब्रांड दे रहे हैं, तो हमने सोचा हुआ है कि यही जिंदगी बेहतर है। मैंने कितने आईआईटीज की ग्रेजुएट्स को देखा है, सर विल शायद मेरे साथ सहमत होंगे, those who do not take jobs, they start their own startups for social transformation। खेती ऐसे कर रहे हैं ऑर्गेनिक कि लोगों को फायदा, and they are earning also। तो ये जो सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, इट हैज टू कम फ्रॉम व्हाट डू यू बिलीव इज राइट, और बिलीव इज राइट इज नॉट फ्रॉम मेजॉरिटी, भेड़ चाल से नहीं होता, somebody else cannot। मैं तो यहाँ पे आपकी ये पढ़ रही थी कि मेरे को ये बहुत अच्छी लगी, है ना, knowing others is intelligence, we try to know others, knowing yourself is true wisdom, हम तो जानना ही नहीं चाहते, mastering others is strength, but mastering yourself is power। तो वो पार की तरफ हम जाते ही नहीं, we do not know, हम तो हर किसी को कंट्रोल करना चाह रहे हैं without knowing कि उससे हमें क्या नुकसान हो रहा है। तो अभी मैं आई विल लिस्ट, मेरे को लगता है टाइम मेरा थोड़ा सा क्या है, आपके पास 5 मिनट है, तभी मैं बोलूँ, नहीं तो आई विल थैंक यू। सो now I will talk of certain initiatives e-governance, digital empowerment से, which are supposed to make difference in our society. अभी digital divide है हमारे यहाँ पे, haves और have nots. अभी कोविड के बाद जब हम लोगों को सबको जाना पड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ, हम में से कई लोग तैयार नहीं थे, लेकिन बहुत से लोग तैयार भी थे because of certain initiatives. Digital India has been a very good initiative by Government of India, by Honorable Prime Minister, जिसकी वजह से technology has penetrated into the various sections of our society. तो initiatives में एक स्वयं की बात हुई, MOOCs, है ना, और नेपटेल जो है, सर इज ऑल्सो फाउंडर मेंबर हु हैज स्टार्टेड वेरियस टेलीविजन कोर्सेज, सैटेलाइट को सर ने रन किया. ये सब हम पेनिट्रेट कर पाए, मतलब पहले से हमारी तैयारी चल रही है. प्रोफेसर सीबी शर्मा ने भी कितने साल पहले, आज से 30 साल पहले, जो की पीएचडी की टेलीविजन को कैसे लाना है ना. तो ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड चीजें हैं वो हमारी इसमें जा रहे हैं. दीक्षा, where it is open repository where you and I can also contribute, है ना. तो हमने कुछ अच्छा किया वो है. और फिर उसके बाद फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. आज से 10 साल पहले या 5 साल पहले जो हमारे कंट्री के अंदर बाहर से लोग आते थे, वो कहते थे यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी के मतलब ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं है और आपकी फाइनेंशियली यू कांट मेक पेमेंट्स और यू हैव टू कैरी कैश, व्हिच वाजंट कन्वीनियंट. अभी आप देखिए, आप सब्जी भी लेते हैं तो यू आर यूजिंग, तो वो दे आर एम्पावर्ड एक्चुअली. अभी वी आर आल्सो टेकिंग एजुकेशन टू डोर स्टेप्स. डोर स्टेप्स क्यों? घर की क्या बात है, एनीवेयर एनी टाइम. व्हाइल इन पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यू कैन एक्सेस थिंग्स. अभी डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी भी यूनियन बजट 2022 में बात हुई है. सिमुलेशन, डॉक्टर जो है कार्ड में देखने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, लेकिन डू सिमुलेशन. आप मैनेजमेंट में, आपके यहाँ पे मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट भी है और कुछ बच्चे शायद बैठे भी हों वहाँ के. You do not teach lockout or strikes by actually making it happen. सिमुलेशन से सिखाएंगे, है ना. These are avenues available. एक बहुत बड़ी बात जो हुई है वो है एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट. एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट क्या होता है? जैसे बैंक के अंदर आप पैसे रखते हो ना, हमारा क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर हायर एजुकेशन आ चुका है. इतने क्रेडिट्स, यानी कि 4 क्रेडिट्स हो या 4.5 क्रेडिट्स हो तो यू, थैंक यू सो मच, तो यू अर्न अ ग्रेजुएट डिग्री, है ना. अभी आप देखिए ग्रेजुएट डिग्री में भी 3 साल 4 साल रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड. हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? बैंक में जमा कराए क्रेडिट, एकेडमिक बैंक अपने लिए रिट्रीव कराए. और मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरिटी की बात कर रहे हो. पहले क्या होता था, आप या तो साइंस पढ़ लो या कॉमर्स पढ़ लो या आर्ट्स पढ़ लो. अभी आप डॉक्टर और साथ में म्यूजिक पढ़ना चाहते हो, अलाउड, यू हैव योर ओन डिग्री. तो ये बहुत ज्यादा एक हमारा यूज ऑफ फ्री एंड ओपन सोर्सेस, फॉस जो आप बात करते हैं, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. जो आप आधार कार्ड कह रहे हैं ना, जो हमारा एक unique identity has been given to us, it is also built on free open sources. तो ये सब चीजें हमारे को बहुत एम्पावर कर रहे हैं. पर टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर इतनी ज्यादा ताकत है. आप देखिए, एक ऐप है आपका, it can talk to other apps. आपके कॉन्टैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन में बी यूटिलाइज्ड बाय योर उबर, ओला, अमेज़न, है ना, जोमेटो, यू नेम इट एंड दे कैन. लेकिन हमारी एजुकेशन में we are not able to communicate. तो हमें टेक्नोलॉजी से भी हिंट लेना पड़ेगा. फॉर एग्जांपल, जैसे एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट में आई हैव माय डिग्री. नाउ द यूनिवर्सिटीज दे कैन रिट्रीव कि मेरे को किस तरह के लोग चाहिए. इंडस्ट्री कैन कम्युनिकेट वी नीड दिस काइंड ऑफ मैनपावर. तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट या अंडर एम्प्लॉयमेंट की हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत सॉल्व हो सकती है अगर इंडस्ट्रीज बताएं कि हमें इस तरह के ग्रेजुएट चाहिए. जैसे मान लीजिए उनको ऑप्टिक एक्सपर्ट्स चाहिए, तो उसके अंदर कुछ इंजीनियरिंग, कुछ फिजिक्स, कुछ लाइट से रिलेटेड चाहिए. इंस्टेड ऑफ पर्सन हैविंग डू ऑल इंजीनियरिंग एंड देन गो फॉर फिजिक्स के लिए अलग डिग्री, द पर्सन कैन चूज द कोर्सेज एंड वो अवेलेबल हो सकता है. एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी इंडेक्स कैन एनहांस. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी को हमें अब इस तरह से इस्तेमाल करना है कि एम्पावरमेंट हो ऑफ ऑल पीपल, क्योंकि रिसोर्सेज आर स्केर्स, वी कैन नॉट अफोर्ड टू वेस्ट रिसोर्सेज। टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से वी कैन हैव मैन पावर रिक्वायरमेंट का प्रोजेक्शन एंड देन उसी हिसाब से पढ़ाई। वरना क्या है, कितने लोग आप बीएड करते हो, कितने लोगों की एम्प्लॉयमेंट होती नहीं होती ना, ऐसे वेस्ट। हमारे पास यहाँ पे टीचर्स हैं पेडागोजी ऑफ इंग्लिश, हर साल आप पढ़ाते जाओगे स्कूल में, सारे इंग्लिश वाले पोस्ट भर के 30 साल के लिए लग जाते हैं। कोई और सब्जेक्ट चाहिए, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने आर्ट्स एंड एस्थेटिक्स कह दिया, उसका टीचर नहीं हमको पढ़ाएंगे। हमारे कॉलेज में तो यही मिलता है। So these kinds of things we can take care of using technology. So ये सब चीजें जो हैं हमें हेल्प कर सकती हैं। और अगर सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करना है तो हमारे पास क्या मैसेज या क्या ड्राइव होना चाहिए, that we have to reach the last, the lowest, the least, किसी को भी नहीं छोड़ना, तभी हमारे फैमिली वाला जो है हमारा पर्पस will be पूरा होगा। और इसके लिए हमें क्या करना है, we have to provide opportunity to all. Opportunity का मतलब ये नहीं होता अवेलेबल करा लिया, पर circumstances ऐसे नहीं दिए, आपने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स खोल दिए लेकिन गरीब बच्चों को आप नहीं ला पा रहे हैं because it is not either engaging for them or they do not have resources. You have to provide resources. Opportunity देनी, equity, you have to have affirmative actions. परिवार में जो कमजोर होता है उसकी एक्स्ट्रा हेल्प की जाती है, तो इक्विटी के तहत we have to help those who are not so strong as we are। और ये सब एहसान चढ़ा के नहीं, ये सब भीख की तरह नहीं, it should be with dignity, किसी को नीचा दिखा के नहीं, with the dignity। तो इसके लिए हमारा टीचर्स का रोल भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और हमारा नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क और टीचर एजुकेशन आल्सो कहता है that we have to prepare sensible, humane and reflective practitioners। जहाँ जो जरूरत है उसके हिसाब से तैयार करें। महात्मा गांधी कहते हैं be the change you want to see in society in others। तो हमारे छोटे छोटे actions can help us, और with the intention that we have to help everybody, we have to help everybody achieve more, everybody can realize their potential। हम ये प्रेयर भी करते हैं, नानक नाम चढ़ती कला तेरे भाने सर्वदा भला, let good of everybody prevail, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, let everybody be achieving more than what they are at the moment। Thank you। days of academic week। एक तो खत्म हो गया आज का दिन। Thank you so much।
We sincerely appreciate your profound insights, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, it is an absolute honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished academician and eminent researcher and a stalwart in the field of textile technology, Professor Kushal Sen sir. With an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, he has made unparalleled contributions to textile chemistry, textile fibers, and advanced chemical processing techniques. Professor Sen sir, a PhD graduate from IIT Delhi, has been a guiding force in textile research, pioneering groundbreaking work in areas such as electrically conducting textiles, special finishes, and structure property correlation of fibers. His expertise has been instrumental in bridging the gap between traditional textile sciences and emerging technological advancements. Beyond academia, his contribution to innovation is evident in his patents, including electrochemical polymerization on fabrics and devices for measuring textile compression properties. His research legacy is reflected in over 82 publications, inspiring scholars and industry experts alike. As a professor, mentor, and visionary leader, Professor Sen sir has shaped the careers of countless students and researchers, fostering a culture of innovation and excellence. His collaborative network of esteemed co-authors further underscores his profound influence in the scientific community. Today, we are privileged to have him among us to share his invaluable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm welcome to our Professor Kushal Singh. Sir.
Good afternoon. I thought we were doing in morning, but it's afternoon. You know, IIT रेजिडेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट है जहाँ स्टूडेंट्स भी रहते हैं वहीं जनरली आजकल थोड़ा फर्क होगा जब मैं गया था तब तो बिल्कुल ऐसा ही था कि अगर आपके पिताजी भी हैं इंस्टीट्यूट में तो अगर आपका एडमिशन हो गया है गलती से तो हॉस्टल में रहना पड़ेगा तो स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स और स्टाफ जनरली इससे कैंपस वेयर एवरीबॉडी स्टेज देयर आपका भी लगता है वैसा ही कैंपस है जहाँ तक हो सके तो पहले तो आप सब लोगों को बधाई इस बात की कि आपका फाउंडेशन डे सेलिब्रेट हो रहा है Is it true or not?
Yes, sir.
Are you happy about it?
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you. ये मैंने क्यों कहा इसीलिए टाइम ज्यादा हो गया है आपको थोड़ा जगाना भी जरूरी है It's quite possible that you may actually be wanting to have something else. हमारे यहाँ कहते थे कि भाई प्रोफेसर साहब जब आफ्टरनून में भी क्लासेस होती हैं मॉर्निंग में तो हो गया थोड़ा बहुत नहा धो के आए थे तो एवरीथिंग वाज गुड एंड पीपल वर आल्सो वेरी स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो प्रोबब्ली लिसनिंग टू यू पर आफ्टरनून में जब वहाँ बढ़िया सम्पचुअस खाना खा के राजमा चावल पर्टिकुलरली when you come to the class तो क्या आपकी क्लास में बच्चे सो जाते हैं सो जाते हैं पीछे सो जाते हैं तो आपको बुरा लगता होगा नहीं मुझे पता है अभी आफ्टरनून है राजमा चावल खा के आएंगे तो सोएंगे और क्या सुन रहे कुछ आगे है तो सुन रहे हैं ठीक है He says that I don't even mind when they keep looking at their watch and says time कब खत्म होगा भाई साहब कब जाएंगे That also I don't mind I only start wondering when they start shaking their watches to see whether the watch is working or not So in case your watch is working, you need not shake, but if you shake and whenever I see you're shaking, I'll stop. ज़्यादा समय नहीं लेंगे. Is it possible?
Yes.
Let me just see the books. You see, I'm taking you to a slightly different thing that जो कुछ आपको बता दिया गया है this is quite a lot actually. There's almost you're quite sure what you're going to be locally and globally. You know your responsibilities also and the challenges that also are there. I would look at technology as such. मैं एक बहुत ही bland kind of a subject पढ़ाता रहा हूँ उम्र में. So don't have very juicy kind of environment there, so you always will find something not so interesting. But today I'll try to do better than that. ये जो e-education है, it was not something which has started very recently or something. 1969-70, I was a student here in Delhi. हमारे स्कूल में गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में एक क्लास होती थी जिसमें डिपेंडिंग अपॉन विच क्लास यू वर टेकन टू अ रूम वेयर देयर वाज अ टेलीविजन उस टेलीविजन में ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट होता था उसमें एक प्रोग्राम आता था एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम आई रिमेंबर एटलीस्ट टू ऑफ देम एंड वन ऑफ देम वाज अ न्यूक्लियर फिशन हाउ डू यू क्रिएट एनर्जी आउट ऑफ न्यूक्लियर फिशन आज भी मुझे याद है कि वो क्या कह रहा था प्रोग्राम although something like that was available in the book also but I still remember because the way the guy was explaining the way he took around a nuclear plant, the way you moved around, it appeared as if I am actually in a nuclear facility and trying to learn from the environment. So when the video came into existence, the main thing was that you are bringing the outside world into the class and in your life. So you learned around. Well, with time, I also had the opportunity to use some of those information which in IIT Delhi they used to record. They had a studio, they still have a studio, now they can record in every class. And to use it further for themselves, for their students, as well as if somebody else in other colleges wanted to looking at it. So it happened that we had an opportunity, we had a lot of material, so we could start a 24/7 channel on education, which was called AIE, where all the material, not from IIT Delhi, from other IITs, as well as from ISC Bangalore, they used to run, and we run the channel. That's all because the government of the day wanted to invest in education and making sure that the information is available to each and everyone. That is what we talk about. One of the interesting things we people talk about is the diversity and equal opportunity. So these type of medium definitely gave an opportunity to everyone. You see, this education does not mean degrees, as somebody said it also. It does not mean that because you are a powerful person, therefore you know more. Recently, there was an accident in Washington, D.C., an air accident, where a helicopter collided with a civilian plane. 170 people died. Right? All of them are educated. All of them knew what to do, but something had gone wrong. Theory, practice, the problem. But the president of that day, that is Trump, he said sentences where diversity is the one which he used as the problem for what has happened. So, talking about it, feeling, and actually doing is a very different thing. They can have a lot of knowledge reproduced on a piece of paper, as I said, and get good marks also. When coming back to actual utilization of whatever knowledge that we have, maybe sometimes, if it is different than science, everything is science. Social things are also science. If you are as far as the science is concerned, everything is good. But you think, I feel something which is good or right, things like that. So your own opinions also matter. Sometimes you're powerful, they do matter, and not necessarily right. So our aim was to empower. I just wanted to talk a little about that. But I thought there could be a word which can be added, sustainable empowerment. So everybody is talking about sustainability, which appears with the green and carbon and all kinds of things. But what we do in life, can we keep talking about it and keep doing it? Or I say something here, get out of the place, do something else. So whether it is digital environment or otherwise, you must learn and work in a manner where you are convinced that this is how we want to do. All right. 21st February today. You have a Founders Day also. Very good. But they also have what we call the International Mother Language Day. I mean, like, people always found that it is easier for you to learn when somebody is communicating in your mother tongue or mother language. So people recognize this and also want to celebrate. If you want to celebrate, yeah, sure, we should. Why not? And what does it mean this? It means communication. A language is not just whether it's a computer 4x4 language or a C++. It's a language for communication. Some instruction from one to the other must go in a proper manner so that we know exactly what we're doing. If you can't communicate properly, the next step where the transformation would be an issue. Does the communication empower? Simple question. Obviously, the answer remains yes. Now, I'm not going into the other aspects. I was looking at the educational or e-tools, that means the electronic systems tools. You can empower, and which we have agreed, I'm sure, that we can do it. And it is the easiest way, not the only way, but the easiest way to communicate with large number of people at the same time without discrimination. But not today. Earlier also, and in future as well. Whenever you want to do anything, it is not accepted as it is. More number of people will be there that this is going to have an impact which may not be the best impact. While those who are developing it, they believe that everything is going to be good about it. Pros and cons are always there. The Newton's first law, remember everybody? That is? Yeah, so everything remains in a state of rest or motion unless and until acted upon by somebody else. So therefore, there is an action which is required, which may be an external action. So unless you have someone, at least someone, in the home you have parents, in the school you may have teachers, and you are going to be teachers, right? Somebody says that people do joke about teachers, we also do, yeah, it's all right, it's okay, it's okay. But there is no doubt about it, the role of a teacher is very, very important in whichever era that we live. It will be important even in future, despite whatever electronic tools we generate. All right. One of the important things is called motivation. Why should I study? Why should I work? Why should I do anything? Because somebody told me we must do that. We must transform the world. Why should I transform the let them transfer? Whatever we want to do, there has to be a motivation attached. If I don't do, something may not be good. If I do, something will be better. You cannot just automatically expect that everybody will start doing certain things the way everybody is supposed to do. There has to be a motivation, and therefore a teacher who could be in the school, college, or at home, or somewhere else, in any form, should be the guy who actually motivates for you to learn and explore the world. One of our professors used to say, course, I do not cover the course, I uncover it. Right? So let others get motivated and learn the way you want to learn. Principles, basic principles are the ones which you try to work. And in that situation, the best of the best facilities may remain underutilized. Your phone itself is underutilized because there is no motivation to use the other apps. You will use what's good to you. It's quite possible as you grow, you find more things useful and therefore you do that. So a teacher's role is never ever going to be less in any manner. And this belief you must always have does not mean that you don't respect the students. The younger teachers always learn much more when they are in class rather than they were actually learning themselves and through the books. Because some intelligent or inquisitive student would ask a question which was never written anywhere. And somebody said that I don't know. The teacher will have to say, okay, sorry, I don't have the answer. I'll come back and tell you. So the question is e-governance beneficial? Is e-education helpful? Not relevant question. Of course it is helpful. Of course it's beneficial. Of course things are going to happen better. The only thing is who is the beneficiary? If suppose you find it is the administrator who is the benefiting, I will know who is going where. Did he take the class today or did not take the class? If this was the aim, yeah, it can be also. You can know which teacher did not take the class today or was late in the class. Of course, for discipline, it's all right. The tools can do that as well. Google can track you. Where did you visit yesterday at this time? You may love it, you not. So who is the beneficiary? If the beneficiary is the normal citizen, very good. The question always remains, whenever you see, you heard of a spyware, right? That spyware getting into your mobile can tell exactly the administrator what you have been thinking. Because whatever you think, right? So, who is the beneficiary? What is the intent? This is important. As a teacher, is your intent to evaluate a student or is your intent to teach a student? Intent is the most important component which does not reflect in e-tools. It is the component available to the designer who is designing this, who knows my goal is to achieve this. And if he is successful, very good. If it's not successful, somebody will tell this is not happening. So you will remodify, redo the things and get back. So if it is meant to help the student, yes. If it is meant to help the teacher, why not? Teacher must also get help. I remember we made all these courses and these courses were available to everybody. Obviously, the teacher who made his or her students also were, this was available. इसकी आजकल मजा ही नहीं आता क्लास में जाने का. अब जैसे ही क्लास में जाते हैं वो कहते हैं हमने पढ़ लिया जी. How becomes the problem for the teacher? So I remember in some colleges we used to give them the whole CD bunch of all the courses in one CD, put in your server and show. The college were not giving permission to the students to look at those things, only teachers were given the permission. But things are changing because most of the things have gone beyond servers. They are all in clouds now. A different kind of thing. Everybody can access. So, if the service provider is going to be benefiting or a big tech giant? You've seen some of these very nice, beautiful companies who came in India also, were valued for billions of dollars now, valuation billions of dollars. Whether their intent was to help the students or help themselves. Intent is a very important thing. Whosoever is the one who wants to use it, develop, design, everything. So this becomes part of what I consider as the sustainability. I mean, you want to have everything right, then it must be sustainable. It's not that today I advertise, look, everything is good. After 5 days, 1 month, 5 months, I find the users are going down. They don't like the whole thing because it wasn't good for them.
No. Thank you.
So the thing is, whether it's a governance or teaching or anything else to do in this country or around the world, if this system makes it easy to read, to act, and learn and do whatever, then obviously it's beneficial. So, as somebody said, whether your action, is it helping the poorest of the poor in the country? If yes, then do it. So, intent and the goals have to be redefined invariably. And teachers at least have a relationship between the student, and between them they should have a nice way to understand what the student needs and what the teacher needs, and together you should be able to help each other. Use whichever tools that you want. During COVID, obviously, the emphasis was much more on this area, but a lot of things happened. Pedagogy had to change. A large number of people coined this term and started using it also, a flipped classroom. That is, whatever video material content I have already posted, I'm not going to discuss that. I'm not going to talk about it. I'll only take questions in the class. That's all. I expect you must have gone through it, obviously. Even if 50% of the class have gone through it, the other 50% would learn the moment the question and answer session starts. All right? Evaluation. It was one of the most difficult things. Even today, when the SWAYAM platform is there, NPTEL, have you heard of NPTEL? So the final exam happens in a contrived or in a situation where somebody actually is watching you. You go to a center and there is somebody is watching you. Why do you do that? Why we can't say wherever you are, you learn, we never object. At what time you learn, we don't object. What you learn, we don't object. But when you want to evaluate, you object. Why? Because we are scared that all answers will be the same. Alright? Therefore, we have a proctored exam. When it started, the teachers were in the class. That's a national level exam, so that's a different story. But within the class, you are taking exams in a COVID period of your own students who are actually at their homes. Technology guys kept on suggesting a lot of things. But then people became, very innovative also, like ABC type. Question has been given, don't cheat. If you don't know the answer, ask me, I'm waiting. Right? One lifeline I'll give you. I'll give you second lifeline also, then answer the questions. So why go and cheat? Why not ask? I'll explain what do I expect from you. Similarly, work in groups. People started working in groups. And they do make projects and videos rather than try to solve one simple problem which we always been solving otherwise. A lot of things change, pedagogies change, the education evaluation systems have changed. Technology, people do provide that wherever you are, please open one camera here, the other camera there. I'd like to know what you're doing at that point, but that's not the way you evaluate. That's not the way. It starts with a disbelief. You cannot go and start learning. So technology will not help you. You got to design things where technology remains only an aid. After you have done whatever you have done, everything, whether the governance or teaching or you have to take an action. This is your action. Let me tell you one thing. When I learned something about the nuclear fission through the thing, and I learned much more later on also, I still cannot go and say, I will design a nuclear reactor. I know this reason. So that means everything which has been taught does not mean that you become proficient in that. For that, for engineering, medicine, architecture, and many more things, you've got to be there at the ground to learn as well. Despite many things may be available, we have what we call as e-labs. So you can learn the laboratory also, simulation also is there. But ultimately, you got to go there and check it out yourself. How heavy is the nut. All right. You know, somebody said in engineering, I think somebody's gone wrong. Engineering said that the smallest detail is the most important one. It's okay, just take the volume. Now, you can hear me. There was a Bhakra Nangal Dam, you know, the first dam making power station. It had failed. Why? The doors snapped and the whole power station was flooded. Because there's a lot of pressure on the other side, lot of water, and pressure is there, it snapped. Say, how is that? We have such a thick sheet of metal. It can't snap. But it snapped not because the sheet of metal, but because the rivets which were holding the sheet, they were not strong enough. The weakest link is the one which actually broke the thing. So when you design, you don't talk about it, you actually have to go there and see and work it out, and that is where tools remain tools. Your intent, your desire to do good things, better things is going to be checked out. You take action, look at the outcome. After the outcome, you have to quantify. You know, how do you look at it? Everything is good. Let's say we have now digital payment system, everybody is happy. Now there is no black money. Can we say that? Right. So what it means is, was it desired outcome? If it was a desired outcome, then you have to quantify. In 2020, this was this much, 21, this was this much, 23, this is this much. Look at this way and find, if you're not happy, so there's a feedback. Then a control. This is how the electronic system works. There's a feedback control, feedback control. And so in daily life and teacher-student relationship, you want to teach. Has the change occurred what you wanted? After measuring, if you've not got the change, what do you do? So, statistics sometimes can be very, very misleading. You have to understand, you know, Christians always say, you show what you want to show. Right? What you don't want to show, don't show. That doesn't mean things are right. So, intent, as I said, that is what becomes sustainable system. And these tools, you have used the word in this whole thing, catalyst for social transformation, right? The catalyst is not the final product. Understand? Catalyst still remains the catalyst. It can help, it can be a good catalyst, it could be a better catalyst, it could be more efficient catalyst, it can be a catalyst which is required in very, very small quantity. But aim for the child. Aim was not use technology. So there is going to be input, there is going to be output, you're going to measure and find out what you are doing. How many of you have heard the word called thermodynamics? You know, the thermodynamic principles say that everything is going to go to the lowest state of energy. अगर आप कंफर्टेबल नहीं है इस क्लासरूम में, इस कमरे में, तो आप भागना चाहते हैं. If somebody wants to teach you something and you don't want to learn, then you are not comfortable. And unless and until that thing happens, then automatically, spontaneously, you start loving it. Then it will happen. If you say, no, bekar. The first state which we call as AUC, higher energy to lower energy. Automatically, it will go to the lower energy. Automatically, you don't have to think about it. Like, for example, if there is a party going on outside this class, and teacher is not restricted, कि जिसको पढ़ना है पढ़े, जिसको जाना है जाए. The people who are going to be really interested in a party, they will go out because there is the comfort, less stress, less energy. So you go to that state.
where you're more comfortable. So when you want to make a change, it should not happen that the change I have to do, even if you're comfortable or not comfortable, then the chances are change may not take place. Next situation is the one. Energy level, comfort level वही है, लेकिन उसको start करने के लिए हमें कुछ चाहिए. Like government makes regulations, you do facilitation, that's a catalyst. You get E2, that's a catalyst. पर अगर situation ऐसी है, like B, you are comfortable, अब आपको कहते हैं दूसरे comfort zone पे चले जाओ, but effort is very high. So you might decide कि नहीं आना चाहिए. Right? The C situation what says is that it's a very difficult situation. कि तुम जाओगे वहां कंफर्टेबल नहीं रहोगे, कैसे भी कंफर्टेबल रहोगे, यहाँ तो देखो आराम से थोड़ा एयर कंडीशन था, वहाँ एयर कंडीशन नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन मैं एफर्ट कर रहा हूँ, तुम भी एफर्ट करो, पहुंच जाओ वहां, आगे तुम्हारी बड़ी उम्मीद है that you can become one of those guys, you know, like a Nobel laureate. Lower energy to high energy level, बहुत कम chances हैं this will succeed. This reaction. The D is a situation which invariably succeeds in chemical engineering and chemical reactions as well. Why? You want to mix up two things, they don't mix up and make a new compound. You just give them a bit of a heat, either a temperature or you give a bit of a catalyst, just take them over that hill. After that, the reaction takes place automatically. So these E2s will become sustainable when they just give a bit of fillip and rest happens automatically. If the rest is more difficult, at least from thought point of view, then even if ideas are very good, intent is good, it may not happen, the success may become less, and that is what I call sustainable. In this whole business of e-governance as well as e-teaching and e-doing all kind of things, nowhere it should happen that your creativity goes out the window. The human is actually loved by in every system is because they can keep creating. Every day you design, you know, whenever there is a problem you design. And as engineers we say, the solution to a problem is not black and white, it's gray. Same problem, you try to solve in a different environment, the solution may be different. You must accept that. And therefore, there are a lot of gray areas. So you define your successes and failures based on what your goals are there. Although I may be interested, I want this a fan here or this laptop to be more energy efficient. Yes, that's the same problem. But this problem may be very differently solved by different people. We allow that. That's what we call as designs, innovations. That's what's creativity. If your E-systems are making you less creative, for example, earlier people used to talk about a simple example. Using technology for the sake of using is not something good. For example, there was a very nice, beautiful school, beautiful buildings, all glass things. On the desktop desk, there are 4 desktops lying. Today they are laptops, right? The inspector comes to the school and says, "Oh, how are you doing? Oh, we're doing well. We teach even our nursery students with computers." So, my goodness, very good. We've done that. They say, "Okay, come, let's see. Children, how many laptops are there?" So 4 on the table. I take out 1 from the table. How many are left? 3. Teaching through computers. That's not going to work. You have to go beyond that. AI will do everything.
Yeah.
Maybe. May not.
it should not decrease your creativity, your capability. It should only enhance. It should only aid. If tomorrow every solution that you want to get is from the AI, the chances are your solution can be wrong. Because you're not thinking. So I don't think that's sustainable. I'm going to stop here because we are a bit late also. Wish you all the best in your endeavor to do teaching. You know what happens when the teachers invariably are going to remain a middle class or lower middle class, okay? So our way of thinking will always be, let's help each other, right? And it should be. And it will be very difficult for somebody else who is actually dealing in billions of dollars every day. Not thinking about it. Some of them are. I love Bill Gates. He's kept 5% for himself, 95% for others, his wealth. That's basically a sadhu. You keep less for yourself, more for others is interesting, right? Otherwise, people say do something at least. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wisdom and expertise. Now, moving ahead, as the inaugural session concludes, we are deeply grateful for everyone's effort in making it a resounding success. With reverence, we welcome Colonel Abhay Rajvanshi, sir, the esteemed Registrar and Head of Administration at Army Institute of Education, to express gratitude and recognition to the dignitaries through vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to extend vote of thanks as we conclude this morning inaugural session of our international conference on empowering global citizen e-governance education as catalyst for social reform. On behalf of Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chairman, MEITY, Vishesh Seva Medal, who joined us virtually today morning, and otherwise we planned to have joined in physical mode today, but because of critical commitments, he could join us. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude for him for giving his blessings on our Foundation Day and on this special occasion of international conference. Special and sincere thanks to our chief guest, Professor P.D. Sharma, Director, School of Education in New Delhi, for gracing this occasion with his presence. Unfortunately, he had to leave early because of some other commitments, but it was always pleasure because it's not the first time we were listening to him. He is an excellent orator. It was a great honor for all of us to listen to him. His thoughts flow like river. I mean, he has tremendous knowledge which he wants to share with everyone, but because of paucity of time, we could listen to him only for 20 minutes. And thanks to him for sparing his time. My heartfelt appreciation goes to our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Pinar Nitha Anantham, who is adjunct professor, School of Doctoral Studies, UNICA University, Cyprus. He traveled all the way from that place to be with us on this special day. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And you are like ocean of knowledge. It was very difficult to contain you within 20 minutes or 30 minutes time. We will have a session on some of the day again. We are also grateful to Professor Harjeet Kaur Bhatia from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Ma'am, your profound knowledge an engaging speech was enriching and understanding of global citizen and global education. It was great learning from you. Your contribution have not only inspired us but also challenged us to think beyond conventional boundaries. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We are also deeply grateful to our guest of honor, Professor Kushal Sen, for your time and for sharing your expertise with us. With no stretch of imagination, your lecture was bland. I'll say it was like a beautifully woven tapestry. And you, as a textile engineer, did it wonderfully. Thank you, sir. To our distinguished researchers and participants, thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. Who are present here and those who are online mode. Your presence and engagement have added immense value to this conference, making it a true platform for global learning and collaboration. As we move forward, I encourage everyone to take full advantage of this opportunity to exchange ideas, engage in meaningful discussions, and work towards a future where education and e-governance become powerful tools for social transformation. Once again, thank you all for being part of this significant event. Wishing you all an enriching experience ahead. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, let us unite in melody as one nation under one shared harmony. I request everyone to kindly rise up, stand tall and unite in harmony view for the national song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala Sufala, Malayaja Shitala, Sasya Shyamala Mataram, Vande Mataram, Jyotsna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Esteemed guests and participants, we are now adjourning for the lunch break. So we request all the participants and students to proceed for the lunch in yoga lawn. We humbly remind you to reconvene within half an hour as the agenda will resume promptly. Your adherence to the schedule is greatly appreciated. And it is also for information that workshop sponsored by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, will start short after the lunch break. This brings us to the close of our inaugural session. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who graced this occasion. Now let's move forward with enthusiasm for the session ahead. Last but not the least, good fortune is what happens when opportunity meets with planning. Thank you and Jai Hind.
For territorial privacy, I have rights nobody can intrude in my property. I can make complaint or file an FIR अगर कोई मेरी territory पे house में without my permission is entering. So like ये सब privacy we already had such type of privacy उसके लिए act थे. So right to privacy have been granted to us under Article 21. There has been a Potta Sonnen judgment, if anybody heard of, in 2017, in which the Supreme Court has acknowledged the right to privacy under Article 19, and through which हमारे पास एक committee बनी, उसमें 2017 से काम हुआ. There are various committees have been established और बहुत draft bills आए, और finally 2023 में we had the final act which is called Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So what this act do? This act is basically protects your personal data. This act provides certain rights towards your personal data. It defines some obligations on companies that are using your personal data. Can I ask if somebody know what is personal data? Sorry? Banking pins. Right. Your name, your contact number, your email ID, your house number, your date of birth, your blood group. So any information, any piece of information by which any individual can be related to. अगर मैं किसी भी इंफॉर्मेशन से किसी भी बंदे तक पहुंच पा रहा हूँ या मैं उसकी जांच हो रही है या any information which is related to an individual is known as a personal data. आपके political beliefs are also personal data. Your biometric details जो आप आधार पे डालते हैं. So these are all the personal data which are protected by this act. And what is the scope of this act? This act is only applies to the personal data which is in digital form. तो ऐसा कोई भी पर्सनल डेटा जो ऑफलाइन फॉर्म में है, अगर कोई आपका पर्सनल डेटा रजिस्टर पे ले रहा है लेकिन वो कहीं ऑनलाइन रिकॉर्ड में नहीं डाल रहा है या डिजिटली स्टोर नहीं कर रहा है, तो दिस एक्ट डज नॉट अप्लाई ऑन सच डेटा. This act only applies to the digital personal data of yours.
We are always updating all our personal data in digitalization now. What she asked just before, the wallet, we are already applied, then it will not protect me. What is the use for it?
Sorry sir, can you raise this?
No, the last session they told about we have to upload all our details. Because when you go for certificate, every detail is there. Data birth is there, blood group is there, everything is there. But some of the data are not protected by this act. Means what is the use?
Sir, every data, every personal data by which I can relate by your name or I can reach you is protected by this act. So any academic records, only digital data. If I am giving you my personal details or any personal data and you are storing in just the registers and you are not uploading somewhere in your system or in any system, that this act doesn't protect such data. So as you can infer from the name itself that it is a Digital Personal Data Protection Act.
Because now a lot of digital scam is going on.
Yeah.
Even just to buy a mobile number, I don't know how to know others. Even my parents don't know my number. But every bank does, and everybody others they know. Then immediately they call me.
So
about you want a loan or you want this or
yes.
that.
What happens कि आप कहीं ना कहीं अपना पर्सनल डेटा देते हैं. आप कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स बहुत सारी जगह पे होते हैं, आप कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स देते हैं और उनके सिस्टम में ब्रीच होता है या कोई हैकर है वो उनके सिस्टम में वायरस डालेगा और वो सारा डेटा ले लेगा. या फिर ऐसा भी हो सकता है आप जिसको डेटा दे रहे हैं, लाइक आपने मेटा की सर्विसेज ले रहे हैं, आप फेसबुक व्हाट्सएप यूज कर रहे हैं, तो व्हाट्सएप आपका डेटा भेज देगा या शेयर कर देगा किसी और के साथ. वो आपको यू हैव नॉट एनी इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट who are all the companies who owns your data. तो वो किसी से भी शेयर कर दे रहे हैं तो आपको दूसरी कंपनी कॉल करने लगी है, एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे रही है. So these are all the breaches which are being addressed by this act. हम आगे देखेंगे कि ऐसे क्या क्या provisions हैं इस act में. Yes, please.
Sir, this act, I know it's regulate the data, regulate and collect collection of data and storage by the companies. Sir, my question is, if I'm searching something on online shopping apps, and when I go back, it come on Instagram also, and forget about the shopping thing. Whenever it happened to me, whenever I'm talking to my friend about something, I just like, for example, I want a new bag, something like that. Comes in the form of advertisement. So my question is, how is the government helping? I don't think so, because it happened to me recently, and the app came in 2020.
So first of all, let me give note of one thing also, that this act has been passed in 2023, but still not enacted as we are talking of now, because rules are in कोई भी act का pass कब होता है? तो law में कोई भी act का pass होता है जब उसके rules finalize होते हैं. तो acts are based on principle and वो substantial law होते हैं. उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट रूल्स बनाती है कि वो एक्ट के प्रोविजंस कैसे कैसे फॉलो होंगे, क्या उसकी प्रोसेस रहेगी. तो those rules are in currently a process of framework और वो भी चल रहा है. Once the rules are out and they are being finalized, तब act will be fully enacted और come into place. Now आपका second question के apps आपके recording सुन रही हैं और आपको वो personalized app भेज रही है. तो आपके फोन में कुछ ऐसे ऐप्स होते हैं टू विच यू ग्रांट एक्सेस टू योर माइक्रोफोन्स एंड यू कैन नॉट हेल्प इट. इफ यू डोंट ग्रांट द एक्सेस टू यूज योर माइक्रोफोन, तो आप एप्स की सर्विसेज यूज नहीं कर पाओगे.
Sometimes what happens, some of the applications, Android applications, already inbuilt, it's open with the microphone and everything. Because previous versions are not there. But the latest versions, we no need to give for access. They never ask us. You open for Instagram or open for Facebook. It's already the same settings available in the Android. We are not going for inside the setting to connect or recycle everything. We need a separate course for them.
Right, sir. But
in this circumstance, how it will be?
This act address such situations only कि आपको ये act आगे जाके मैं बताऊंगा कि क्या obligations हैं companies पे. तो companies पे ये obligations हैं.
So sorry. Actually, if I don't know my data is breached, then
मैम आपके सारे क्वेश्चंस आगे आंसर्ड होंगे. तो आपके इस वाले क्वेश्चंस के लिए देयर इज अ प्रोविजन अंडर दिस एक्ट whenever the data breach is happening under the watch of any organizations which are holding your personal data, they have to notify you and they have to notify also to the data protection board which will be established to regulate the organizations. और सर आपका क्वेश्चन था कि हाँ, आपका क्वेश्चन था उसमें ये है कि देयर इज एन ऑब्लिगेशंस कि आप डेटा फिड्यूशरीज जो बोलते हैं, जो भी कंपनीज दे होल्ड्स योर डेटा नोन एज डेटा फिड्यूशरीज, उनके ऊपर ऑब्लिगेशंस है कि whenever they collect your personal data, so they have to ask for your consent specifically for that purpose for which you are providing your personal data, and also they have to give notice in which they have to tell you what the personal data they are collecting from you, for what purposes they are collecting your personal data, and for how long they are going to be stored your personal data, for which companies, to which companies they are sharing your personal data. And also they have to tell you the manner.
Sorry, sir, for the interruption again. That I mean, last year I guess I heard this news. And so long press. I think I'm audible, right?
Yes, right.
Yes. So I was just saying that last year I saw this news on TV that Google is always hearing us, like whatever we are saying. So I mean, even the normal discussions that we do. Suppose if you talk about AC, the brands. I mean, you often notice that on YouTube and on Instagram, you often you just talk about it and you just see it on the social media. So how does that happen? Because Google is always hearing you. So the
best way to avoid all this stuff is you have to switch your mobile data off whenever it's not necessary. So that you can do. I think this I just wanted to add here.
Right.
Keeping no mobile data off is necessary.
Even the mobile app, Alexa always listen to you. They collect your data.
It's not a friend.
So, right, moving forward.
So we can keep our questions for
Yes.
class.
You can always ask questions in the lab.
Presentation first.
So, as I have discussed, these are all the types of personal data. These all comes under the payment details, so video, audio, CCTV, even the race, religion, your political views, all are covered under this act. So these are the 5 key players under this act. The people like us, the people like you, who owns the personal data, and of the persons the company is using personal data are known as a data principal under this act. Data fiduciaries are any person which collects your personal data, which determines the purpose for your personal data, for processing your personal data, and means of processing your personal data. Data processor is another entity which works on behalf, which processes your personal data on behalf of the data fiduciary. There is also concept of consent manager. So there is a thing when the data fiduciaries or organization taking your personal data, when they are collecting your personal data from you, they have to take your consent before taking your personal data. So that consent must be taken with or withdraw or managed to the consent manager. तो अगर कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है आपको कंसेंट दे रहा है उसको कि yes you can use my personal data, so that will be now done through a consent manager. Consent manager will be the person who holding all your consents regarding personal data, and you can just contact them to delete your personal data or change any update your personal data or any concern about your consent. Data protection board will be the authority to regularize the data fiduciaries, to making them obliged with the act, and they can also make the fines on the data fiduciaries. So what will be the grounds of the processing personal data? कोई भी कंपनी, कोई भी डेटा फिडुशरीज आपका पर्सनल डेटा कब प्रोसेस कर सकती है? Only with your consent. जब अगर आपको डेटा फिडुशरीज को आपका पर्सनल डेटा प्रोसेस करने के लिए आपका परमिशन लेना is mandatory. If they are not taking your consent before collecting your personal data or processing them, they will be in the breach of the provisions of this act and they will be fined accordingly. Consent must be free. It should be in a plain language, it should be ambiguous, it should be unconditional. And with consent, sorry.
So, for example, when we kind of go through certain websites, it doesn't proceed further unless and until we do the sign-in. So, in that case, like you're mentioning, it should be consent should be free. It is not.
No.
Since you're not able to proceed further.
Yes, it depends on the websites only, because they wanted you to access the content without the registration or not. वो उनके ऊपर है. कोई भी company, if I am operating my website or मेरे पे content है, suppose I am writing the articles, तो मैं उन articles को free में नहीं किसी को पढ़ने देना चाहता. I am not charging them, but what I am doing कि I am making necessary for them to register on my website, so that I have their email IDs or contact details, by which I can provide them further, advertisement of my website. Certain other features I can advertisement through.
So, in that case, the consent is not. It is getting in a way mandatory only. I don't want to provide my details,
right,
but I'm interested in that article. Both things that website owner or that article is making me do it. So
if you check on the website, there will always be a privacy policy नीचे. वो privacy policy में सारा mention होगा उनको क्या पर्सनल डेटा चाहिए और वो किस पर्पस से वो मांग रहे हैं. और उसमें अगर आप देखेंगे साइन इन के नीचे उसमें ऑप्शन दिया रहेगा please provide your consent. Then I am providing consent to use my personal data. Some websites are not making necessary उनमें नहीं है because they are not obliged by the law yet. But once the law came into force, so they must be obliged by this act. और अगर वो नहीं होगा, अगर आप कोई भी वेबसाइट का आप देख रहे हो, पर्सनल डेटा ले रहे हैं और वो कंसेंट नहीं लिया आपने, so you can always go to the data protection board and complain about it. अभी most of the website would not comply with the act because it's in the drafting phase. So as I was saying, when they are taking consent regarding your personal data, they also have to provide the notice to you. Like I earlier explained, क्या personal data को ले रहे हैं, for what purposes ले रहे हैं, किससे share करेंगे. They also need to make you aware of the manner in which you can exercise the certain rights which have been provided under this act. And the contact details of data protection officers or any redressal grievance officer which will hear your complaints about your personal data.
Also, when we log in, we get that OTP also. So is this another way of getting our data?
You're consuming my consent?
Yeah.
No. Consent should be an affirmative action from the side of the data principal. अगर मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ yes I am giving consent, या वो डायलॉग बॉक्स हो सकता है या उस कहीं पे फॉर्म पे साइन हो सकता है, तो there should be always an affirmative action from my side. कोई भी कंपनी अपने आप में assume नहीं कर सकती है कि मैं बस if I am using services तो I am by default giving my consent. So that would come under the breach of this act. Let's see क्या क्या rights हैं जो हमको provided है. सबसे पहले तो right to access. आपको right है आप to access your information. You can get the access of your information of your personal data. जो भी data fiduciaries hold कर रही है. You can just simply write to them कि please tell me in the summary or just tell me the details of my personal data you are holding, to whom you are sharing, कब तक आप उसको store करोगे. So these all rights come under the single right, the right to access your personal information. Second right is the right to correction and erasure. If you want to update your certain personal data, you want to update your phone number or any contact details or any personal information about you in the data fiduciary, or you can simply request them to erase your whole personal data from their storage. Right of grievance redressal, we have also the right of grievance redressal, जो कि वो या तो डेटा प्रोटेक्शन ऑफिसर हो सकता है या कोई भी एक कंसर्न अथॉरिटी या कंसर्न पर्सन हो सकता है. इसका कांटेक्ट डिटेल्स आपके पास होना मैंडेटरी है, क्योंकि वो नोटिस में देंगे कि ये पर्सन है, इसको आपको कोई भी ग्रीवेंस हो, आपको कोई कंप्लेंट रेज करनी हो, आपको इशू रेज करना हो रिगार्डिंग योर पर्सनल डेटा, यू कैन कांटेक्ट देम ऑलवेज. And there is also right to nominate. In a case of death or incapacity, so I can nominate any other person who can exercise these rights regarding my personal data. There is also duties on the data principals. So हमारे ऊपर regarding personal data duties भी हैं. We have to comply with all the provisions of the laws, and here we are required not to impersonate any other person, not to suppress any material information, सिर्फ verifiably authentic information. या ऐसा नहीं है कि false ID card आप कहीं provide कर रहे हो. You have to provide authentic ID cards or ID details, not to register any false complaints with the data protection board or any grievance redressal. And if you are found in the breach of these duties, the penalties can also impose on the data principal, which can extend to 10,000 rupees. So these are the obligations of the data fiduciaries. They have to ensure the completeness of your personal data. They have to keep your data always accurate and consistent. And whenever the data breach happens, they have to notify you and the data protection board in the 72 hours of the data breach. They have to publish the details of the grievance redressal to you, and they have to implement technical safeguards or take any reasonable security measures to protect personal data when they are being stored in their cloud storage or any storage or any servers, so that breach ना हो. हैकर से पूरा वो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स है और इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स में कि आपको क्या टेक्निकल सेफगार्ड्स यूज करने हैं, दैट इज फॉर डेटा फिडुशियरी. And they have to erase your personal data as soon as they get your consent revocable. So whenever the data principal requests them to just erase their data, they have to erase data. They cannot store the data, and also they cannot store your personal data after the purpose of the personal data has been solved. So ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल कि आपको सबसे पहले कंप्लेन करनी है डेटा फिडुशियरी पे, जिसके पास आपका पर्सनल डेटा होल्ड है. अगर वो नहीं सुन रहे हैं आपकी कंप्लेन, या फिर यू आर नॉट सेटिस्फाइड विद द रिजोल्यूशन अबाउट योर कंप्लेन, देन यू कैन गो टू द डेटा प्रोटेक्शन बोर्ड, बट दैट शुड बी द ओनली द सेकंड स्टेप. And if you are not satisfied also with the data protection board authorities redressal, then you can go to the telecom dispute settlement appellate tribunal, where you can appeal for your case. These are the penalties. The highest penalties which can be imposed under the act is 250 crores. Or it, but let me clear, this is not compensation on the data principle. तो अगर मेरा डेटा ब्रीच हो गया तो ऐसे नहीं मैं कंप्लेंट फाइल कर रहा हूँ और वो कंपेंसेशन मुझे मिल रहा है. These are just the fine imposed on the data fiduciaries, which the fine will get to the data protection board. And in the breach of the data principal duties, we can the fine can also be imposed on us, which can be 10,000 rupees. There are also special provisions regarding the processing of personal data of children. So children are considered under the age of 18 years in any law of the Indian context. So if the data fiduciary have to process the personal data of any children, they have to take verifiable consent of their parents or their lawful guardians. And the same provisions apply to the disabled person also. If the disabled person cannot give the consent, so there must be a lawful guardian of himself who provides the consent on behalf of that person. Then only the data fiduciary can process personal data. So I think that's all from my side. Any question now? I can take any question from you. कोई भी ऐसा provision question हो जो इसमें doubt हो.
माइक मांगा है.
So I guess there are no questions, and thank you so much for your.
Sorry, I used to visit all over the world. So I face some challenges. That's why I'm asking. Whenever I go for websites, because I'm working more on digital, so chatting with my students and sharing everything, the articles and more. Everywhere, all the parts is visible. We can say in the computer standard font size. But only one part we are unable to believe is the least font size, that is privacy policy. That also page leaves more than 8 to 10 pages. We are unable to read all the pages in the urgency world. So everybody gets to go, then finally click and get into login or sign in. So we don't know about what inside because it's the biggest time waste of time to read all of them. So this act may protect these things because it's not possible. Even educator lost their confidence because of the privacy policy. There are many people, they are just for school educated. Somebody they are uneducated, just they are giving acceptance and getting in detail, filling all the first details. Whether this act will give the protection for that. Right. Number one. Then number two. It's happened in my life. 2 months before, my wife given request to my Facebook ID. She's already in my Facebook, but she's given already again for a Facebook request. I thought maybe she left or not, maybe she'll give it again. Then I asked her, why you are giving a request again? I'm here in front of you, then why you give it? She said, I never give anything. Then when went to there, you can see about she is not accepting this spam. So many people they are lack with the digitalized life using social media, fake, spam, even go for a Google. For example, Gmail. We are getting lot of every time the mail like more than our mail is ad and spam mails are more. The Google immediately telling about your storage is full. We have to buy a new storage. Who is allowing this without our permission? Okay, sir. These two things, whether the act will, because you said after China, India is consuming more internet, social media. So how we can get protection from this act?
So, sir, addressing your first question, so there's a global privacy law in the European Union, GDPR. So GDPR has fined Facebook for they have the privacy policy of around 1,000 pages. So likewise, this act also protects data principle from such variations. कि ये oblige करता है data fiduciaries को date की notice या privacy notice must be in a concise way. और concise होना चाहिए and it must be a plain language. And the data principal should have access to such privacy notice in English plus 22 other languages. They can get access into 22 other languages which are defined in the Constitution. And ये एक्ट है बहुत सिंपल 4-5 चीजें एड्रेस कर रखी हैं कि इफ दीज आर थिंग्स इन द प्रिवेसी नोटिस देन इट इज सफिशिएंट. आपको बहुत ज्यादा कुछ डिटेल बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. तो जैसा कि मैंने 4-5 चीजें बताई कि फर्स्ट यू हैव टू टेल देम कि व्हाट पर्सन डेटा दे आर कलेक्टिंग फॉर व्हाट पर्पसेस, वेदर दे आर टू बी शेयर्ड विद एनीबॉडी एल्स, फॉर हाउ लॉन्ग दे आर गोइंग टू बी स्टोर्ड योर पर्सनल डेटा, क्या राइट्स के डेटा सब्जेक्ट्स राइट्स के मैकेनिज्म होंगे, क्या मैनर होगा, और डेटा प्रोटेक्शन ऑफिसर का कांटेक्ट डिटेल्स. सो दीस डिटेल्स आर मोर देन सफिशिएंट इन इन्फॉर्मिंग द डेटा प्रिंसिपल. तो जब भी एक्ट इनेक्ट होगा तो आप देखेंगे कुछ प्रिवेसी नोटिस बहुत सिंपल हुई है और शॉर्ट एंड रहेगी, कंसाइज रहेगी. एंड कमिंग टू योर सेकंड क्वेश्चन, व्हेन यू सी जीमेल तो उसमें बहुत सारे यूसेज. आपने देखा होगा कोई भी सर्विसेज गूगल पे या कोई भी नेट पे सर्विसेज देते हो तो बोलता है साइन इन थ्रू योर गूगल अकाउंट. तो आप बहुत फास्टली उसे साइन इन कर देते हो क्योंकि आपको नई या तो आपको नई आईडी नहीं बनानी है या तो आप उस सर्विस की आईडी नहीं बनाना चाहते हैं या आप बहुत हरी में आपको बस कंटेंट एक्सेस करना है बहुत जल्दी में. तो आप यूजुअली साइन इन विद अ गूगल अकाउंट. जब गूगल अकाउंट से साइन करते हैं तो आप उसके सब्सक्रिप्शन में भी साइन इन हो जाते हैं. तो जब आप सब्सक्रिप्शन साइन हो जाता है उसका तो दे बस आपका वो जीमेल बॉक्स क्लोज कर देंगे विद एडवर्टाइजमेंट ईमेल्स. तो वो इसलिए जीमेल आपका फुल हो जाता है. तो यू हैव टू चेक. आप कभी भी गूगल अकाउंट का एक्सेस दे रहे हैं किसी भी सर्विसेज को, किसी भी ऐप को, वेबसाइट को, तो आपके पास हमेशा ऑप्शन होगा कि आपको उनकी न्यूज़लेटर्स नहीं चाहिए, आपको उनसे एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं चाहिए. वो अभी वो प्रैक्टिस फॉलो करते हैं सारी सर्विसेज की, वो ऑटोमेटिकली चेक इन होता है. You can always check out from that boxes. और आप अगर जीमेल से जाके आप कोई भी न्यूज़लेटर या कोई भी स्पैम ईमेल पढ़ा हुआ आप नीचे देखेंगे अनसब्सक्राइब का बटन आता है. You can always unsubscribe from them. और you can also check on the YouTube कि how to bulk unsubscribe from all the spams emails. I hope, sir, I addressed your question.
It's okay. For me, I can sit and share an answer to them. Everybody can do. How we are doing here. It's a biggest question for us because we are living in digital India.
Yes.
So we need to face this challenge. We need some proper act or process to stop this nonsense.
This is proper act. तो सर्विसेज क्या होती है कि आपके बिना कंसेंट के आपकी वो ईमेल डिटेल्स अभी ले रहे हैं. तो once the act will be enacted with all the rules, तो प्रोसेस चेंज करेंगे वो सब. They are changing slowly. but we big companies, they are waiting for the rules.
Thank you.
Any question? Okay. So thank you all for.
Now, to make this session, thank you so much, sir, for the invaluable insights you shared with us. Now, to make this session even more engaging, we have an exciting Digital India quiz conducted by the National E-Governance Division official. I now invite ma'am to conduct the quiz.
Thank you so much. We are really humbled to be here at our Institute of Education. Thank you, ma'am, for calling us to do this workshop. And now it's time for the most exciting part of it, for which all the students and faculty members must all be waiting. You can also participate. We will encourage the faculty members to participate for some of the questions. So how we go about it, we have learned about a lot of projects, different projects and initiatives of Digital India. We have questions on a lot of them, but we will only cover the ones which we cover for your session. So we will go about those questions, and you'll have to, we can do this digitally also. We know we are a part of Digital India, but we like to do it this way because it gets more interaction and engagement. So we would like you to participate with the fastest hand raised first, and whosoever raises the hand first, I would please request the volunteers to pass on the mics, and we will take the answer. And if you have answered correctly, somebody, if they can note down the names, and we will announce in the end, and we will be giving some prizes from our end. Okay. Alright. So DigiLocker is the first project that obviously all of you already know about, and we are very happy to know that you are aware about this initiative, which is very, very useful for all the citizens. And my first question on this will be, where are the DigiLocker issued documents stored? Okay, ma'am will tell us who is answering.
Cloud.
It's in the cloud.
No, ma'am, cloud is not the right answer. I would want anyone. Yeah.
Cloud server.
No, cloud is what ma'am answered. That's not the correct answer.
Source database.
Yes, source database is the right answer. Your name, please? Shamli. Shamli. Okay, congratulations. Alright, everybody seems to be very active now. We are moving to the next question. What are the subscription charges for DigiLocker? Yeah, yeah, you're right. It is free of cost. Your name, please? Can I know your name? Mehek. Okay, congratulations. How can you validate a document on DigiLocker? Yeah.
One last option. Did you verify?
No, that's not correct. Okay, you want to say
QR scanner.
QR scanner is the right answer. Yes. Your name, please?
Priya.
Priya. Congratulations. Alright, cyber security we did not touch upon much. So these are all the different projects we usually do in the workshops when we have longer workshops. For your session, we came to ATC NAN, which obviously is also integrated with the AIE. And I'm pretty sure because you are all students of an Institute of Education, so you are going to also help us spread this information to the students that you will be teaching in the future. So that we will request from our end that you help us in disseminating this information to as many students, families, friends, everything possible, because this is for everybody's use. Now coming to ATC NAN, the first question is, what is the full form of APA? I want you to spell out the full form because this is a bit confusing with the option.
Automatic permanent academic account registry.
That's correct. Your name? Eve. So it's automated permanent academic account registry, APA. Okay, who is responsible for uploading the credits to my EDC account? We give one of the guys a chance probably to end. Option B. B is the correct answer. The university or education. Your name, please. Alright, how many digits would a part Yes, 12 digits is the correct answer. Okay?
I all of you to please raise hand. Ma'am will ask you, and then you have to stand up and answer the question. Please maintain a regular.
Alright, would you like to try the cybersecurity question because we had a DPDP session. So we have on the other applications here which we did not touch upon, but cybersecurity I can take up. Okay, so would you like to try that?
Yes.
Alright. Okay. So which of the following best describe the social engineering attack? Read through the options and okay, ma'am wants to try it. No, that's not correct. If one of the students wants to try, yeah.
Ma'am, B, exploiting.
No, that's also not correct. Yes, you. No, that's not correct. You have to probably try it again. Okay, this one, it's an important one. Which of these sections of the IQAC Act 2000 is struck down with Supreme Court in 2015? Something from there. Yes. Yeah, you may answer. Section 66A. That's correct. Your name, please? Anjali. Anjali. That's the right answer. Okay, last question for the day. Which of the following organizations has been designated as the national nodal agency to tackle cybersecurity? Okay, from that corner. Certain is the correct answer. Your name, please? Congratulations. Alright, thank you so much, students. We have the list of the winners. Ma'am, if we can do the prize distribution ceremony. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating and thank you for being so patient throughout our workshop. I hope it was very helpful for all the students and faculty members.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we reach the closing moments of this enriching workshop, it is time to recognize and appreciate the contributions of the participants who answered the quiz. So we now move forward to the prize distribution ceremony. I request ma'am and our guests to come forward, please, to distribute the prizes. One by one, I'm calling out the winners' names, so they have to come forward to receive their prize.
आप में उसके आ जाओ ना, पकड़वा दो या आप यहाँ रखो अपना एक आईडी बना दो।
First winner is Miss Shyamli. Next is Miss Mehak. Next Miss Priya. Next is Neenu. Next Miss Asha. Next Miss Anjali.
Next, Miss Nikita Rani.
Thank you so much to all our dignitaries for presenting the awards and congratulations for all the winners. Ma'am, there is one more. Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting the awards. Moving forward, no event is complete without acknowledging the efforts of those who made it successful. To formally extend our gratitude, we now invite Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Army Institute of Education and Convener of the International Conference, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Army Institute of Education as well conduct this insightful workshop of Digital India Awareness. First, foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Ms. Prithvi Paliwal Ma'am, National E-Governance Division and EGBC, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for coordinating this event. Thank you, ma'am. I sincerely thank you to resource person and speaker, Ms. Kundan Sharma ma'am, and Mr. Pranshuli, National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, whose in-depth knowledge and amazing presentation have made this session extremely informative. Your clear explanation, real-life example, and practical insight have certainly enhanced our understanding. Real-life example and practical insight have certainly enhanced our understanding of the Digital India initiative and its for reaching impact of our daily lives and economy. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone present here today for making this workshop a memorable one. As we conclude this session, let me take commitment to promote the Digital India mission forward the make of use of tools, technologies, and resources available to us the building digitally empowered nation. Thank you once again. I wish you all the very best to continue explore the harness and potential for digital technologies. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and for beautifully acknowledging everyone's efforts.
With this, we officially conclude the Digital India workshop. We once again extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed resource person, respected faculty, and all the participants for making this session truly insightful and meaningful. Thank you, everyone.
And now, as we move forward, we will begin with a
To capture the essence of this memorable event, we now request all our dignitaries and Principal Ma'am to come forward for the group photograph and faculty members to come.
डिजिटल इंडिया लग गया अच्छा लग गया
मेरा नहीं अच्छा है
You can sit here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. In a short while, we will be begin with the dedication session. Just wait for 5 minutes.
Conference also. Would like to stay for that meeting? It was voting 5:30 we will be back at home. So we will like just very which is but very interesting and very good. If that's the question, yeah, sir is coming. How long, sir?
मैम कार्तिक सर
कार्तिकेन सर अच्छा हाँ उनका नहीं है
नहीं है मैम
कार्तिक
कार्तिकेन सर will not sit. और कुछ है जब को पता मनोज सर कहाँ है हाँ उसमें मनोज सर को देखो
अभी तो यही
What we kept getting was they would also be made मनदीप भैया पानी की बोतल
Keep sitting. Against the right and there are about to go many times.
अच्छा मैं देखा ही नहीं। Animated type of, I know. अच्छा बस क्या नाम करना मैं WhatsApp करता है
वैल्यू सही बोतल सही नहीं थी तो कॉलेज में हफ्ता नहीं मेरे थोड़ी सी मत कर बस ये यहाँ रख दो 2 बोतल इस पर रख दो एक बोतल और रख दो लगा दो यार कॉलेज का म्यूजिक लगा दो बैकग्राउंड बाहर के लोग आए हुए हैं तुम क्या डिग्री पढ़ा रहे हो अब क्या
शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते. This Sanskrit verse reminds us that light is a symbol of knowledge and positivity, dispelling ignorance and darkness. And today, as we conclude this international conference, we take us enlightening thoughts and valuable insights shared over the 2 days of this conference.
With great honor and enthusiasm, we extend a hearty welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, and dear participants to the valedictory session of this prestigious international conference.
Before we begin, it is an honor to welcome and felicitate the esteemed dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their presence. We request our respected principal, Dr. Abhilasha Gautam ma'am, to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Thangala Jalong sir, former Ambassador of India. Sir, we request you to come forward. We are also delighted to present a handmade painting crafted by students of AIE as a token of appreciation to sir, and it is presented by Ms. Shefali, a position holder in academic. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request ma'am to kindly felicitate Mrs. Kimi Dalong ma'am and welcome her to this important event. We are also honored to present a handmade painting to ma'am, presented by Sangeet, a position holder in academics.
Now, we request ma'am to felicitate our distinguished guest, Major General P.R. Murli Sir, VSM, Managing Director, Army Welfare Education Society. We are also honored to present a handmade painting to sir, and it is presented by Ms. Pooja Rana, an outstanding performer in sports who has made us immensely proud by winning 5 medals at university level in athletics.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we request ma'am to felicitate Dr. Karthikeyan P. Sir, Assistant Professor, MEITY University. And we are also honored to present the handmade painting to sir, and it is presented by Ms. Pooja Kumari, a position holder in academic. Thank you so much, ma'am, for extending this warm welcome to our distinguished guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have a esteemed international speaker joining us virtually. In today's interconnected world, technology allows us to bridge distance and gain insights from global leaders in digital innovation. We are delighted to introduce Mr. Awarness, Senior Solution Architect at Amazon Web Series, New York, USA. With over a decade of experience, he has been at forefront of digital transformation, working with Fortune 100 companies, educational institutions, research organizations, and government bodies worldwide. Mr. Trump has played a key role in developing large-scale digital applications, IoT platforms, and machine learning-based advisory systems. His expertise in cloud computing, smart device integration, and cybersecurity has significantly contributed to making technology more accessible and impactful. A patent holder and recipient of multiple prestigious awards, he has also been a graduate teaching fellow at Drexel University, advocating for digital inclusivity in education. His commitment to innovation and public service has made him a driving force in technology-driven social change. We are privileged to have him with us today as he shares his valuable insights. We are privileged to have him connected with us today, and we now turn our attention to his keynote address.
We gather today at a transformative movement in India's global education. Our theme, Empowering Global Citizens, E-Governance and Education as Catalyst for Social Transformation, captures the extraordinary evolution we're witnessing in digital learning worldwide, and I'm honored to share insights from my experience in both American and Indian educational technological landscapes. The global story of digital transformation in education is staggering. From a 900% growth since 2000 to an anticipated 1 billion users worldwide by 2030. The global digital education market, valued at $33 billion in 2024, is expected to reach $306 billion by 2032. These aren't just numbers. They represent a fundamental shift in how we approach learning and skill development. Working in the US with digital educational companies, I've observed both similarities and unique approaches in digital transformation. While platforms like Coursera and edX, born from American universities, have become global leaders with hundreds of millions of users, India's approach through platforms like Swayam offers something distinctive: direct integration with formal education system through academic credits. This integration of massive open online courses or MOOCs with traditional education is something the US is still working to achieve at scale. In the US, 63% of high school students use digital learning tools daily, while 45% of elementary school students engage with at least one digital learning tool every day. By 2025, an impressive 72% students are expected to take at least one online class, while 38% potentially fully engaged in digital learning. The sheer scale of India's educational system, serving 25 crore students across 14 lakh schools, present both unique challenges and opportunities. While the US educational system is more decentralized, India's unified approach through initiatives like the PM Vani for rural connectivity demonstrates how centralized planning can accelerate digital transformation. In my work implementing enterprise scale solutions at AWS, I've seen how this unified approach can sometimes be more effective than the fragmented implementation we often see in the US. In my role working with organizations worldwide, I've learned that achieving such scale while maintaining accessibility isn't just about technology, it's about understanding human needs. While working on designing IoT platforms at Johnson Controls, we faced a similar challenge: how to make complex systems that process millions of events per hour accessible to users with various technical expertise. The solution wasn't in adding more features, but in making existing ones more intuitive and user friendly. The US and India are taking different but complementary approaches to technology integration in education. While US institutions often focus on individual technological excellence, India's NEP emphasizes systematic integration of digital tools across the entire educational ecosystem. This comprehensive approach to digital transformation, something I've advocated for in my work with the US institutions, could actually serve as a model for other countries looking to implement large scale educational technology solutions. The Academic Bank of Credits, or ABC system, exemplifies this transformation. It's not merely a digital storage system, it's a gateway to flexible, personalized learning paths. Students can now accumulate credits across institutions, design their learning journeys, and pursue interdisciplinary education in ways previously unimaginable. This system, integrated with DigiLocker, represents the future of educational credentials: secure, accessible, and globally recognized. However, the impact of digital education extends beyond technology. Education is the foundation of social transformation. The ability to foster ethical, globally connected citizens through digital learning is just as crucial as the technology itself. Tools like speech to text software, closed caption video lectures, and translation apps are breaking barriers for students with disabilities or language limitations, making digital education more inclusive than ever before. Our success in digital transformation rests on three fundamental pillars that I've seen prove crucial in both technological and educational transformations. First, robust infrastructure and seamless integration. While infrastructure challenges persist, with only 15% of Indian schools having internet access compared to near universal access in the US, the rapid pace of change is encouraging. Out of India's 6.5 lakh villages, 2 lakh have already received broadband access, while 95% have high school mobile internet connectivity, showing remarkable progress despite the challenges. Second, true accessibility and inclusion must be foundational to our digital initiatives. At AWS, I work directly with enterprises spanning from Fortune 100 companies to small educational institutions, and one lesson stood out consistently: accessibility cannot be an afterthought. While implementing cloud solutions for a major educational platform, we discovered that what worked in urban centers often failed in remote areas with limited connectivity. This experience taught me the importance of designing for the constraints of our most challenged users. Drawing from my experience in building scalable cloud solutions, I can attest that true accessibility requires thinking beyond just technical access. It means considering cultural contexts, language preferences, and varying level of digital comfort. When we implemented these principles in our enterprise solutions, we saw adoption rates increase by over 60%, particularly in regions that previously struggled with digital transformation. For example, 8% of the Indian male population and about 1% of the Indian female population is colorblind. With such a high rate, having digital accessibility cannot be an afterthought. The challenge of digital accessibility presents differently in the US and in India. While the US focuses on ADA compliance and Web Content Accessibility Guidelines or WCAG standards, with 42% of organizations now meeting WCAG standards, up from 35% in 2023, India's challenge is more complex. With an estimated 1.3 billion people globally experiencing some form of disability, making digital experiences truly accessible isn't just about compliance. It's about creating genuine opportunities for everyone to participate in the digital economy. Looking at our educational institutions today, we see how digital transformation is enhancing teaching and learning quality across both countries. In my work across the US and India, I've noticed interesting parallels in digital infrastructure development. While the US leads in smart classroom penetration, India's growth in this area has been remarkable. From 14% in government schools in 2122 to 21% in 2324. The rate of adoption suggests that India might soon bridge this gap, particularly given its unified national approach to digital education transformation. As we look towards 2025 and beyond, both nationals have much to learn from each other. The US strengths in innovative technology and research can complement India's expertise in scaling digital solutions for diverse populations. Having worked extensively in both environments, I see tremendous potential for collaboration. India's focus on developing critical 21st century skills while ensuring equitable access aligns perfectly with global educational goals, while bringing its own unique perspective on implementation at scale. The integration of emerging technologies presents exciting opportunities. Artificial intelligence can personalize learning paths, blockchain can secure academic credentials, and advanced digital tools can create connected learning environments. But as we embrace these technologies, we must maintain our focus on human centric design and inclusive access. For immediate implementation, I encourage educational institutions to integrate with national digital platforms, implement secure credential systems, develop blended learning approaches, create comprehensive digital literacy programs for faculty and students, and build international partnerships for global exposure. The focus should be on creating scalable, sustainable solutions that can evolve with changing needs. Looking ahead, India's path forward lies in leveraging its unique strengths, its vast scale of implementation, diverse linguistic capabilities, and integrated approach to digital transformation. While the US leads in areas like AI integration and smart classroom technology, India's unified digital public infrastructure approach offers lessons for the world. The future lies not in following either the US or Indian model exclusively, but in creating a hybrid approach that combines the technological innovation of the West with the inclusive, scale oriented approach of India. The convergence of e-governance and educational presents an unprecedented opportunity for social transformation. We're not just implementing technology, we're empowering every citizen to become a confident global citizen. As we work towards India's visions of achieving 100% gross enrollment ratio by 2030, our focus must remain on innovation, inclusivity, and skill based learning. I urge each of you to embrace this transformation. Start with one new digital initiative in your institution. Share your success and challenges with peers. Build digital communities that support collective learning and growth. Connect with international partners to broaden perspectives and opportunities for your students. Remember, our goal isn't just to digitize education, it's to transform lives. When we get this right, we create a virtuous cycle where improved education leads to better governance, and better governance creates more opportunities for learning and growth. Together, we can build an educational system that's not just digitally enabled but truly transformative, creating global citizens ready for the challenges and opportunities for tomorrow. Thank you and good luck.
We deeply value the knowledge and wisdom Sir have shared with us, and thank you, sir, for connecting with us today. Now, we humbly request our principal ma'am and our honored guests to take their seats on the dais, please.
To commence this session, we are privileged to have among us a dynamic leader and an inspiration to all, our esteemed principal, Dr. Vilasha Gautam. We now invite ma'am to deliver the welcome address.
A very warm and gracious afternoon to all of you. Respected and deserved Mr. Ambassador, distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants. As we gather here for this valedictory session, I feel deeply honored to extend my heartfelt gratitude and warmest welcome to each one of you. Today marks the culmination of an enriching journey, one filled with intellectual discourse, insightful deliberations, and an unwavering commitment to knowledge and progress. We are honored to have among us Major General P.R. Murli sir. Sir is a true beacon of inspiration and a guiding force, whose relentless support and visionary leadership continue to propel us forward. Sir, everyone who visits AIE and AINT, they appreciate our campus very much. But the beauty lies in all those ethos that you always imbibe in us. Your guidance to us keeps us moving forward with motivation. Thank you so much, sir. We express our profound gratitude to Thanglura Darlon sir for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. Sir, your vast experience across nations and cultures is a treasure trove of wisdom, and we eagerly look forward to being enriched by your reflections. You are welcome, sir. And we are very much honored to have among us Mrs. Darlon. You are welcome, ma'am. We also take this opportunity to acknowledge and express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Avichal Cham, who despite being miles away in USA has extended his heartfelt wishes and unwavering support for this event. Sir, your spirit of contribution transcends geographical boundaries, reminding us that true collaboration knows no limits. A heartfelt welcome to Karthikeyan sir for gracing the event with his presence. And in participants, I can see our own Bacha, Gaurav. You're welcome. It's always good to see our alumni being a part of our event. I'm happy to see you, Gaurav. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your work story marked the perfect tone to this academic gathering. Moving ahead, let us now listen to the valuable thoughts and reflections of our esteemed guest, whose expertise and knowledge enrich this conference.
It is my honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Thanglura Dalong sir, former Ambassador of India. Sir is a distinguished Indian diplomat who joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1988. His career spans across multiple key diplomatic assignments worldwide. He has served in various capacities, including High Commissioner of India to the Republic of Seychelles, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India Bhutan, Counselor, Embassy of India Panama, First Secretary and Counselor, Embassy of India Tokyo, Officer on Special Duty, South Asian University, New Delhi. He has also had pivotal roles in the Ministry of External Affairs, handling divisions related to coordination, counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, and policy planning. Before his diplomatic career, he served as a teacher and headmaster in Tripura and worked as a probationary officer at State Bank of India. We are truly honored to have him with us today. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Thanglura Dalong sir to deliver the valedictory address.
Major General PRP, Professor Nityanandam, Principal Dr. Abhilasa, and Registrar Colonel Roy Presidency, members of the faculty, students, and ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply privileged and honored to be here in this beautiful campus of the Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida. It's a great honor for me to be part of this prestigious international event on a very important topic, that is empowering global citizens. And I'm happy to know that this institution has, the last more than 20 years rather, imparting education to so many students. And they, in another way, imparting to many more thousands of students across India I'm sure across the globe as well. The institute itself, I can say, is a living example of our theme, empowering global citizen by that, in that way. That you are imparting students here, then the students again multiplying effect. Then I'm happy to recall that this institution today itself is an example of how our army defense fraternity are second to none in taking initiative and taking pioneering role in various fields, not only our country's security, and also in social transformation, as we see today, the theme, the wonderful initiatives that you have taken. I have had one fairly long interaction with the defense establishment and defense officers, starting with the time when I was probationer in Japan, where our defense attaches, they were good example how we can work efficiently in a time-bound manner. Efficiency was the name of the game. Subsequently, in my other assignments in various parts of India and other countries, I had had lots of interactions with our army establishment, defense establishments, and it was a wonderful experience for me. Always, our defense fraternity, they inspire and makes us proud. And presently, I am working as independent external monitor for Urban Vehicles Nigam Limited. It's a defense ministry organization. There also, I can see how e-governance and learning tools are being used for defense production as well as services. Now, let's come to our theme today. First, I'll speak about how India empowered its own citizens with digitalization and how social transformation is taking place in India, then how India is working with other countries and other global entities for empowering other global citizens through e-governance and education, and how they are leading to social transformation. Then I'll talk about global coordinated efforts in this direction, and finally, the challenges that global society is facing. Now, I'll talk about India's digital revolution. India's digital transformation journey, which all of us we know, it started in 90s when we started opening up our economy, and how the government took various initiatives to digitally empower the society. Then started the internet boom, and IT services sector during the period took steps to bring in digital economy and society. And the cornerstone of these efforts were Digital India campaign, which facilitated establishing robust digital infrastructure, enhanced digital literacy. Just feeding anything. Sorry. Then we know the creation of Department of Electronics in 70s and National Informatics Center, they all facilitated the creation of e-governance infrastructure. I'm sure students, you have already learned all those you have studied about, because these are fairly common knowledge. Then computerization of passenger reservation system in 1980s by Indian Railway. It was a really milestone in digital governance for India. Then NEGP introduced 31 mission mode projects across sectors like agriculture, education, healthcare, which helped in gaps in Indian digital infrastructure, followed by sharing of the launching of the Unique Identification Authority of India, WIDI. Then it was Aadhaar. Aadhaar, it is, all of us we know, it's so common and everywhere. This Aadhaar became a kind of essential item, just like your identity card. Now, the linking of Aadhaar with various welfare systems, including LPG subsidies, student scholarships, pensions, public distribution systems, etc., has really revolutionized our country's landscape and the various, our very life. As you know, even as a student, you can feel how your life has transformed, especially in the cities. Now, Unified Mobile Application, which we call NOIDA as UMANG, again has opened up various other opportunities and services. Then Unique Payment Interface, UPI. This is another initiative of the government of India, which has really revolutionized, and it is actually an envy of many countries in the world. Later on, I will speak about it, how recently we have entered into one very important country, how they wanted to use this system. Then artificial intelligence. I think now you know how this is helping us again, even in your relation. You just search in the internet, artificial intelligence is bringing you ready-made answers to many of them. But this again, it has a challenge because of the various possibilities of fraud and various other wrong information if somebody manipulates it with malicious intention. So it is you have to, some level of care is required. Now, all this extensive digitalization that we have seen has paid dividend. Now, India has more than half of the population having internet penetration, but still a challenge. And recently, one initiative by Airtel to lay 21,000 kilometers cable linking India with various countries, including in Singapore, France, Egypt, is going to be a lots of positive impact in the e-governance structure. Then we have all this led to efficiency, transparency, and involvement of citizenry by transforming the way citizens access government services. It is estimated by 2040, the nation is expected to have almost all government services available online. Presently, it's just around 60%. Now, the digitalization, not only convenient, but it has helped the social and economic development of the country. It has cut down, closed access gaps, and bureaucratic red tapes and corruptions. Traditionally, corruption is not only for in our country. Corruption is rather everywhere. But this digitalization is helping a great deal in reducing this aspect. Now, if I don't mention about the role played by private sector in India's digitalization and e-governance structure, I'll be making wrong. I'll be doing a disservice to the private sector. They have played really very significant role, especially in the software side. It was not really the government which took initiative initially, it was the private sector, but subsequently both joined together and they were able to strengthen Indian ICT infrastructure. We can make mention of IT majors like Infosys, TCS, HCL, Tech Mahindra, and all those organizations. They have played a very crucial role by driving innovation, developing digital platforms, investing in technology, infrastructure, and facilitating access to digital services for a wide population through e-commerce, fintech solutions, and other platform-based services, essentially acting as key catalysts. Now, I'll mention about India, the way how it has worked with other countries before I go to the multilateral aspect. India not only developed its own digital infrastructure and ensured penetration of various social services to the remotest areas, but India also played a very significant role in extending cooperation globally to assist other countries in e-governance and education cooperation by actively sharing its experiences with other countries and entities with the aim of facilitating universal usage of digital technology. India emphasized the need to bridge the digital divide and ensure access to technology for marginalized communities while promoting e-governance initiatives for other countries. India's Digital India program is often cited as a model for other developing countries looking to implement e-governance. I've been to about 50 countries. Most of them are very small and developing countries who also need India's help. And we have helped them in various ways in helping them set up their own ICT infrastructure, their education, and other facilities. I remember earlier when I was handling counter-terrorism and global cyber issues division of the MEA. In those days, it was the heyday of ISIS operation in many parts of the world. ISIS, they were very, what is it called? They tried to Islamize the whole world. And they were trying to indoctrinate the young people. In that process, there were lots of narratives. They were focusing the young people to teach them, to indoctrinate them in their ideas. So, in those days, we worked together with other countries, other institutions to neutralize those efforts. Those we did through e-governance tools, e-education tools. So it was very useful. I remember working with so many countries because each country they have their own cultural background. What you think in India may not be appropriate in another country. So as a result, we discuss culture-based and various tools were used, looking into the specific needs of the country. So that is one way India cooperated with other countries. Then recently, our Prime Minister went to France. The two countries signed an agreement and they agreed to cooperate in various areas, including AI and UPI. I'll just read out a part of the joint statement. Prime Minister Modi and President Macron launched an India-France roadmap on artificial intelligence rooted in philosophical convergence in their approaches, focusing on development of safe, open, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. They also welcome the expanded possibilities for using India's real-time payment system, United Payments Interface UPI in France. The two leaders reiterated the strategic significance of cyberspace and their wish to strengthen their coordination at the United Nations regarding the application of international law and the implementation of the framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, as well as the need to address issues arising from the proliferation of malicious cyber tools and practices. See, France is very developed in information technology, but they need our help. They want us to work together in artificial intelligence and UPI. They want to have this technology. I understand if you visit the Eiffel Tower, you can pay with UPI. It is unique. And it is an envy of many countries that UPI is so convenient that is going to be shared the technology to other countries. This is really a great, I should say, big achievement by India. Then recently lots of digital fraud taking place, digital arrest is done, and so many people, their accounts have been emptied by fraud. So there is a real need to work on this, really to be aware of what can happen and prepare ourselves. And in the artificial intelligence field, we know DeepSeek has created havoc in the world. So there is a need to prepare. So India is trying to share the knowledge, and also other countries are ready to share with us what they know. So, and work together jointly. Then, India has educational cooperation with different international organizations like UNESCO, Commonwealth of Learning, United BRICS, various other organizations, ASEAN, IOR. Because India, in education field, we have done fairly well. So India is a model for many countries where they are looking for kind of cooperation. So India also extends cooperation school to school or institute to institution or university to university. So under UNESCO's umbrella, India cooperates also with other countries. Then, now let's go to the global perspective. Recently, there was a study by one organization, and they came up with the Global Digital Index. Now, this Global Digital Index of 2024 has interesting conclusion. It studied about 77 countries which showed positive correlation between global digital index and the growth of GDP. The report concluded that the more a country uses digital technologies, the more it grows in its GDP. The research covered 93% of the world's GDP and covered 80% of the world's population, which gives a good indication. In the report, 77 countries were grouped into 3 clusters. The first is frontrunners, that is the developed countries, including China. Next, adopters. India falls in the adopter categories. The first frontrunners group has 22 countries, and the next, we are in the 48th number. So you can guess, our number is still not very high. We have to still do a long way. Though we say ourselves as IT superpower, but still we have a long way to go. Now, there were some other conclusions what the report says. I'll just read out some of them. The maturity of the ICT industry is strongly correlated with GDP per capita growth. And the extent of economic benefits varies by country due to their different levels of ICT development. In frontrunner countries, for example, that is the developed countries, 1 point increase in digital index produces 5.4 times economic value. Then 1 point increase in starter countries. Forward-looking digital infrastructure development serves as a new engine for economic growth. The research found that $1 investment in digital transformation results in an 8.3 US dollar return in a country's digital economy. That means if you spend $1 for ICT development, you get more than 8 times positive result in your economy. Next, the ICT industry is progressing unevenly across countries. However, ubiquitous connectivity can bridge the digital divide. Fixed broadband and mobile broadband can work in concert to maximize the value of the digital economy. And a robust digital foundation can help in a multiplier effect on economic development. So it means the more we emphasize ICT education, the more it will help in the economic development. Another conclusion is countries must embrace green energy technologies to gear up for the sustainable growth of their digital economies and large-scale application of artificial intelligence. This is very clear. Now we'll talk about the real multilateral work. That multilateral means government-to-government level corporations across the globe. That is, say, UN or UNESCO or always government-to-government. There is one very well-known term, Global Digital Compact, GDC. It is a very important term, which maybe many of you know. In 2018, the UN Secretary General convened a high-level panel on digital cooperation to advance proposals to strengthen cooperation in the digital space among state and non-state actors and other relevant stakeholders. You'll be surprised to know that despite the overall understanding by everybody that digital cooperation is required, everybody should play a role, government or non-government players. But if you go to international conferences many times, many government representatives, they oppose if private sector companies participate or if NGOs participate. So it is a big challenge to bring together the government levels as well as the non-government level people. So the UN worked hard on it, and the result was the Summit of the Future held in September last year. The outcomes crystallized in a global digital compact and a declaration of future generations, which was adopted. This global digital compact and declaration of future generations is the most wide-ranging international agreement in many years. The pact covers a broad range of issues, including peace, security, sustainable development, financing, climate change, science and technology, human rights, gender, youth, and the transformation of global governance to meet challenges. So basically, this covers all the important areas you can think of broadly. It is the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation. Such a broad level, the first time ever. Grounded in human rights and international law, the GDC, that is the Global Digital Compact, includes commitments on connectivity, online safety, and AI governance through the establishment of a multidisciplinary independent international scientific panel in AI and a global dialogue on artificial governance. This is a really big step taken by the global community together to face the challenges the world is facing, be it human rights, be it poverty, be it gender inequality, be it the lack of internet connectivity, or any other social or economic issues you can think of. The adoption gave humanity a globally agreed framework, enabling more unified and aligned policies and practices. I'll just read one sentence said by the UN Secretary General on the occasion. New technologies, including AI, are being developed in a moral and legal vacuum without governance or guardrails. The Global Digital Compact is based on the principle that technology should benefit everyone. So, that was a major achievement. Okay. Now, I'll say about briefly the challenges which we are facing now and how we should move ahead. One is digital technology, while connecting each other, again has different inequalities, because people who are not getting access, they are being deprived of various other things. Now, despite all these efforts, bilaterally as well as multilaterally, 1/3 of the globe still not connected by internet. And also another problem is lack of reliable internet infrastructure. Another is that data privacy, misuse, and lack of policy framework. Policy framework, of course, now that which I mentioned about the UN effort that is going to take care of it. Now, what role can we play as global citizens? All of us here, including me, each of you is a young student. Each of us have a role to play. We need to take action as much as we can, so that we can influence policymakers to ensure free global broadband access to all, and policies to be gender sensitive, especially to facilitate participation and empowerment of the women folk, and sustainable development, be from technology or from environment point of view. All these we need to take care. Then innovation in technology, and also our thinking process. Each of us, wherever we are, wherever profession, innovation in our thinking process needs to be taken care of. Then, finally, I'll say which I always say as my favorite subject, that is the removal of poverty and inequality. I always say, I think it is true that people are poor not because they don't get income, but they don't have the financial literacy. So, financial literacy, we have to emphasize. If you increase the purchasing power of the people, if you help people in how to make money, how to make investment, useful investment, how to protect their finance, what they have invested will be doing a big service to the people and the globe. And finally, if we do or take all those steps, I'm sure we'll be able to see in the decades the world flourish with fully empowered global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your invaluable insights with us. Your words truly resonated with us, and as future educators, we feel inspired to carry forward the knowledge and wisdom you have imparted. Thank you, sir.
Now, we have the honor of introducing our second distinguished guest, Major General P.R. Murli, sir, VSM, an exemplary leader who has made immense contributions to the field of education and welfare through his role in the Army Welfare Education Society. Sir was commissioned in June 1985 and has extensive operational experience across various terrains. He has also held instructional roles at the School of Artillery and Defense Services Staff College, Wellington. His key appointments include commanding an artillery brigade in an offensive formation, serving as commandant of the Artillery Center in Nasik, and holding senior positions such as Major General Artillery at Command Headquarters and Additional Director General Artillery at the Army Headquarters. He has also served as United Nations Military Observer in Lebanon and attended prestigious courses like the Defense Service Staff College, Senior Command, and Higher Defense Management. For his distinguished service, he was awarded the Vishishta Seva Medal. Beyond his military career, Sir is deeply passionate about education and has significantly contributed to various AIMS institutions as a chairman and patron. With great respect, we now invite Sir to share his insights with us.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. Distinguished guests, Ambassador Darwin, sir, thank you for giving a very good exposition about the global perspectives on the subject that we are discussing today. Dr. Nityanandam, Principal Registrar, and other participants of the seminar and dear students. I must congratulate all of you for taking part in this annual event and a seminar which you organize annually, and the topic that you selected today is fantastic. The whole world is moving towards e-governance, and e-governance in education is a very key aspect we at AIMS is also looking at. So I thought this is a good opportunity to come and interact with you all to give some perspective on what we are doing for the environment in education, where you are going to join soon. There are some of the challenges Dr. Ambassador pointed out, and these are some of the challenges that we in our education field as well as in our national scenario we face. We have to overcome them. Every year, I think AIE has been taking up good subjects, and digital transformation is one good subject that you have taken, and our country is taking leaps and bounds in this particular field. When I'm looking at digital governance, may not be applicable to your generation. I think our generations passed through this particular phase in a very big way. I remember when you got to stand in a long queue for booking a railway ticket. It was painful. वो भी छोड़ो, हॉस्टल से बंक मार के पिक्चर के लिए जाओ, टिकट नहीं मिलेगा तो कोई खड़ा होगा ब्लैक में. That is over now. Book My Show is there, isn't it? There is nobody waiting for you to sell your tickets in black. Railway tickets or plane tickets, sitting at the comfort of your home, you're already booking it. So, see what is transformed. A lot of time wasted waiting for a ticket is totally gone. I still remember paying your corporation taxes, standing in a municipality office at the mercy of a clerk was a nightmare. Plus, I also had, when I was on duty from school, my father used to say, okay, electricity bill pay karo. Phone bill also. Yeah. This is all, one day is gone. So your generation is very, very lucky, I would say. E-governance has come in a very big way, and Indian government is truly pushing it so hard so that you are all working at the comfort of your home and you have a lot of adequate time to yourself to increase your knowledge level and pursue the passions of your life. I think another thing which has happened is, we used to go to the bank to take out money. I mean, ATMs are here. More than that, how many of you carry money in your purse now? It's all become a plastic card, isn't it? Most of you have a plastic card. And otherwise, your mobile is everything. And I've seen, a child who's devoid of mobile, he or she starts getting anxiety now. Because everything is in your mobile. Even your payment, UPI, enable, everything is there. And I still remember when Honorable Prime Minister was making a statement that we are going to have digital payments and various other things, we'll have accounts for everybody. There was some who was scoffing at this idea. How can it be possible in a country like India? I think thanks to COVID and then Notebandi also, I think we are all into even a vegetable seller on a street vendor. Agar kar liya to, you have a digital payment. How about even beggars have started using this? Well, paisa nahi hai, ye le lo saab. I don't know whether they have a bank account. Without a bank account, you can't have a UPI also. So then what should they get? That's the second question. Alright. But I've just given some perspective on how our world, just a small example, just to connect with you how digital world is coming to e-governance in a big way. Another thing I'll tell you, we used to have a problem in neighbors when a lot of applicants used to come for a teacher's job or an admission to a particular college, or in army itself, when a recruitment takes place to verify the documents. We used to send to the university or check karo, your school education department check karo your original hai ya nahi. With DigiLocker and your ACP and various other digital platforms coming in, it's so simple now. If it is there in your video, which is already verified, you don't have to go and check anywhere. So these things are fantastic again. Your land surveys, you could change with, because everything is there, somebody would pay money and change your documents. That's why Ambassador was referring to the corruption level in our country has reduced a lot. Otherwise, it was the mercy of a person who's endorsing your documents. But what is the gateway to this transformation? We are talking about transformation. Unless our education or education department or sphere of education doesn't reach out to the complete community as a whole, this will not work. I think I was listening to the AIE chief making a mention about, he was referring to something else, but he gave a good analogy. He said when in railways, the computerized reservation system for computerized ticketing started off. He said he had gone to Gorakhpur and there was a line, big line, and there was a gentleman who was giving tickets. So he would tap something on the computer, usko ठीक नहीं आता, backspace again, ये कर रहा था, and the line was getting longer. तो किसी ने बोला ताऊ थोड़ा जल्दी कर. So he says, अरे बेटे कंप्यूटर आ गया टाइम तो लगोगे. So the problem was that generation, that is our generation, was not very adapted using computers at that time. But your generation, so children who are sitting over here, the future teachers of tomorrow, you are born in a generation where you started using your mobile phone at a very young age, you are exposed to digital world, and your capacity to imbibe the digital or the technology is fantastic. I look at my grandson, he very coolly operates a mobile, 4 years old, and he can say, remote se pura kam kiya kar sakta hai. Then he pause karo, restart karo, rewind karo, and he gives me orders. Acha ji, you don't know this? Do this way. So I think this generation, the millennials are much ahead, and you won't have a problem in imbibing things, but definitely, if as a country as a whole, we have to develop, you have to pass on this information to your near and dear ones, especially of our generation. Otherwise, what will happen is all this, e-governance systems and facilities which are available will not be utilized by majority of the population. So the education of the community is very, very important. We in the AIS environment have taken significant steps in ensuring digital literacy is deeply embedded in the curriculum. And if we see in all the schools, APSs today, there is a skill education which we are introduced, that is the NEP guidelines. And if you look at this, the skill subjects chosen by, I would say, 99% of the APSs are IT, AI, and what Ambassador was talking about, I very happy to say that financial literacy. Yeah, why? And it's a beautiful subject. These three subjects are very good. Financial literacy is very, very important. Again, diverting from this particular one. Why financial literacy is important? You should know about finances yourself. Otherwise, I was asking some of the teachers, the primary teachers classes going on at PRC, how many of you read newspaper? Everybody would be reading newspaper, but how many of you read a financial page? Put your hands up. Hardly anybody, isn't it? Generally, you take a newspaper, what you do is you read the front page, then you go to the last page, sports salesman. Then some of the ladies who go to the girls will go to page 3. Go to the gossip column. And somebody who was really interested in some of the literature will go to editorial and op-ed. But financial pages hardly anybody sees because it doesn't make any sense. Please take it from me. Even I was in your listening, I never used to see the financial page board of paper quality and a board banane ke liye hota tha us time. But once you get through the financial management and little knowledge about finances, the words and the topics make sense to you. What is the repo rate? What is the reverse repo rate? What are the basis points? What is monetary policy? What is, you have to go about it. You have to learn about it because financial literacy is a very, very important part. That's why in financial literacy, we are starting from class, we are planning to start from class 1 onwards. What is the rupee? What is the paise? Nahi to Munna Bhai type Gandhi ji reh jayega. Okay, children should know about it. What is money? What is the purpose of money? How money is made? What is the basic purposes? So we are starting at a young age so that by the time you reach out and you become an adult, you have a good idea about what finances are all about. Second thing is your AI and the world of computing, e-governance is very, very important. So what we're doing in this? We have got into a lot of agreements with like Intel is giving us pro bono training in skill subjects, AI and IT in schools. AI is a big thing because the modern world is all AI. However, AI in the present form is at a very, very nascent stage, I would say. In India, in most of the e-governance portals, they all have chatbots. But the present stage is the moment you ask for something, they'll ask for a certain question, then you answer that, they'll ask for a certain question, then after some time you get bored. Isn't that what is happening now? Because the status of the machine or an LLM, that model has been created, has not been trained in a big way. For training a model, you need huge amount of data. That is where quantum computing will come in. Where quantum computers come in, large amount of data can be handled in no time. I hope you know about quantum computing, what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. You थोड़ा सा इसके ऊपर आपको पता होना चाहिए, because you are going to the education world, you will be facing children who are into all these things. So it is important that you learn about all. Yeah. The second thing is, in Army AWS environment, we started something called a hybrid learning. Hybrid learning is, yeah, you have, why we started for this particular one is, yeah, we started skill education. Let us say we have a school in Rangapahar, Northeast, or in Agartala, where good teachers may not be easily available to a school. It's not that teachers are not available, but if the strength of the school is less, economically the school cannot sustain a high salary to a teacher. So a good quality teacher may not be available. In that thing, there is a requirement of a digital connection with that particular school, and we can teach or impart education through a digital mode. So we have started hybrid education in most of our schools, and that will be completely implemented in 2 months' time. Another thing that we have started talking about is the Digi Campus. This is a ERP solution that we have started in our schools. Primarily, everything, your academic performance of a child, right from this admission process to his TC. Finally, after he passed out of the 12th standard, everything is captured, including teachers also. If you happen to go and join an army school, all the teachers' data will be captured. Your progress, your continuous professional development, CPD, 50 hours. There is something called NPST, National Proficiency Standard for Teachers. Your performance in that, everything will be mapped. So you can't sham any longer. So as soon as you join a school, you have to perform yourself. In our ERP, there is one more solution. That is, we have a mobile app. In this mobile app, the assignments to the children are sent to the parents also. The parents can see whether the child has done an assignment properly or not. So this interaction with the parents, the students, is a community development. That is what the topic of today, e-governance and community development. That is what we are aiming at. Through the e-governance, we are going to have a complete community of Army as a whole taking part in the education system also. So this is, I would say, is a success story in e-governance. And let me also say that when we started this particular program, I was slightly skeptical whether the ladies, the mothers, would take part in this. And to my surprise, they were even more keen than the fathers, because they were very keen about the kids' performance, and they also picked up this, various nuances of this app very fast. And teachers having a tough time now because parents are questioning them. Yeah, assignment to India. I talked about what we do at AWS. I think in our country we are progressing, though the world status, we are in the second rung only, but the pace at which we are increasing our digital environment, I think in no time we will be world leaders. And your generation has to take a giant step towards it. I think over the past 2 days, we had a lot of presentation of papers and various other discussions on the subject. And I must thank all the presenters and all the participants of the seminar for taking active part in this discussion. And with your involvement and your ideas, I think AIE will summarize the whole thing and give it out to the environment, AWS environment, so that we can imbibe the best practices and take it forward. I think before I conclude, I must thank the organizing team, Principal Registrar, and the organizing team for organizing this seminar in a very, very professional manner. And I think it will be out of place if I don't make a special mention to Ministry of MEITY, that is Ministry of Information Technology, for a sponsorship and support and facilitating the workshop. I think it further amplifies the importance of these deliberations that you had. With this, I conclude, and I hope the deliberation that we had over these 2 days will be carried forward and put into practice in our daily life. Thank you once again.
That was indeed a profound and thought-provoking address. We sincerely thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise and perspectives with us today.
A wonderful event like this deserves to be cherished forever. So we now request all our faculty members to join our guests for a group photograph.
Thank you everyone for being a part of this memorable moment.
As we approach the conclusion of this conference, it is essential to reflect on the key discussions, insights, and experiences that have shaped the intellectual gathering. To provide us with comprehensive summary and extend a formal vote of thanks, we now invite Ms. Komal Chaudhary, Assistant Professor and Co-Convener of the International Conference, to deliver the conference report and vote of thanks.
Good evening all. I, Komal Chaudhary, co-convener of the International Conference, would like to take this opportunity to pay gratitude to our legendary persons, Major General T.R. Murli sir and Mr. Thano Dam sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to take this opportunity of presenting a brief report of the International Conference. The Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, organized an international conference on empowering global citizens, e-governance and education as catalyst for social transformation, held on 20 and 21st February in hybrid mode. The day one began with the online technical sessions. There were total 5 sessions planned in parallel. One of them was chaired by Dr. Karthikeyan sir, and sir is with us. Thank you, sir. The 5 technical sessions were coordinated by our esteemed faculty members. All the sessions was very fruitful, and at the end of the session, the source person had given their valuable inputs regarding all the paper presentations. And I am very happy to announce that in total 100 papers were presented in this conference. And very special thanks to Amity scholars also. They too commenced with the ceremony of lamp lighting and felicitation of distinguished guests, insightful discussions, knowledge sharing, and official release of the national proceedings
held on 23rd October 2024. Dr. Abhilasha Gautam, Principal AIE, delivered welcome address extending heartfelt greetings to all the resource persons and participants for their presence. Major General Sumit Mehta, VSM, COS, Delhi Area and Chairman AIE, delivered the opening address, underscoring the role of e-governance and education in shaping empowered global citizens. We feel honored to welcome our chief guest, Professor C.V. Sharma Sir, Director, School of Education, IGNOU, New Delhi. Moving ahead, we have three keynote speakers with us, Dr. Vinaras Nityanandam, Adjunct Professor, School of Doctoral Studies, UNICAF, University, Cyprus. Mr. Avichal Chung, Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Series, New York, USA. Professor Hajit Kaur Bhatia, Jamia Millia Islami University, New Delhi. All three keynote speakers discussed about the importance of fostering the role of e-governance and education has expanded beyond national boundaries to create empowered global citizens. We feel honored to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Kushal Sen, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, who had focused on the benefits of e-governance and about initiatives related to education sector. The inaugural session concluded with the vote of thanks given by Colonel Abhi Rajvanshi, Registrar AIE, and National Song by students of AIE. Moving towards the post-lunch program, we had the opportunity to have sponsored awareness workshop from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology on Digital India. Moving to the valedictory session, we are privileged to have with us guest of honor, Mr. Thandura Dalong, former Ambassador of India. And we have with us Major General P.R. Murli, VSM, Managing Director of AWS. The session will be concluded with certificate distribution and national exam. By focusing on these areas, we can build a world where everyone has the power to support sustainability, democracy, and fairness, creating a generation of global citizens who make a real difference. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to deliver a vote of thanks. I, on behalf of the Army Institute of Education, feel honored to extend my grateful, heartfelt gratitude as we conclude this enlightening 2 days international conference. First and foremost, I sincerely thank our esteemed resource person, panelists, and experts for sharing their invaluable insights and inspiring us with their knowledge. A special thanks to the Principal Ma'am, Registrar Sir for giving us this platform. Thanks to my dearest colleagues or for all their support, convener of the conference, Mr. Yogesh Sir, all the non-teaching staff and support staff for making this event successful. A thank to my dearest students who acted as volunteers and participants also for their dedication and seamless execution of this event. To our participants, thank you for active engagement, thoughtful provoking questions. Your presence has made this gathering truly meaningful. Lastly, let us take forward the ideas shared today and work together to create a world where governance and education empower every individual. Thank you all, and we look forward to meeting again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your detailed report and for acknowledging the contributions of everyone who made this event a success.
We are pleased to announce that on 23rd October 2024, we successfully organized a national seminar on the theme Different Childhood Glimpses in India, Empowering Childhood for Viksit Bharat 2047. As a culmination of these enriching discussions and research contributions, we are delighted to release the national seminar proceedings.
To mark this significant moment, we now have the honor of inviting all our esteemed dignitaries to release the national seminar proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for unveiling this important academic compilation. Recognition is the best form of motivation. We now proceed to the certificate distribution ceremony to appreciate the contributions of our participants. As we begin the certificate distribution ceremony, here are few important instructions. Firstly, we will be inviting participants technical session wise to come forward and receive the collective bundle of the certificates of this session. Later, all individual certificates can be collected from the registration desk. After distributing participant certificates, we will honor the key individuals who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a success.
We now have the honor of inviting Mr. Thangalura Darlong, sir, former Ambassador of India, to kindly come forward and present the certificates to our participants. Sir, we request you to do the honors, please.
I now invite all participants from technical session 1 to kindly come forward and receive the collective certificates for your session. Kumari Hindu, Mr. Shanti Chaudhary, Ms. Salma Banu, please kindly come forward. Ms. Urvi Bhutani, Mr. Tarun Kaushik, Ms. Anjali Gudara, Mr. Roshan Kumar Singh, Ms. Divya Tiwari, Ms. Shweta Chauhan, Ms. Shyamli Kumari. Everyone from technical session 1, please kindly come forward. Ms. A. Swati, Mr. Vikas Yadav, Mr. Ashish Ranjan, Mr. Parul Yadav, Ms. Shalini Chaudhary, Ms. Sonika Rai, Ms. Sadina Rai, Ms. Divya Verma, Ms. Harashri, Ms. Pooja Kumari, Ms. Anshu Bharti, and Ms. Mahima.
Thank you, participants of technical session 1. Now I request all participants from technical session 2 to come forward and receive their session certificate. Ms. Hemlata Srinivas, Ms. Saba Hiram, Ms. Nalini Kumari, Dr. Shivani Bhardwaj, Ms. Sakweta Shahi, Ms. Prishti Moghal, Ms. Ramsha Fahim, Ms. Masuda Hasib, Ms. Mimita Solanki, Ms. Shivangi Sharma, Ms. Swati, Ms. Anu Devi, Ms. Nidhi Tiwari, Ms. Deepika Saxena, Ms. Neetu, Ms. Nikita Chauhan, Ms. Neha Dabral, Ms. Saraswati Mohapatra, Ms. Khushbu Kumari, Ms. Pooja Kumari, Ms. Sangeet Nanda, Ms. Rachita Gupta, Ms. Anjali Devi, Ms. Deepika Saxena, Ms. Kusum, Ms. Shrishti Singh, Ms. Isha Rawat.
Thank you all the participants of technical session 2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for graciously presenting the certificates. We are truly grateful for your time and presence.
Next, we have the privilege of inviting Dr. Vinaras Nithyanandam, sir, to kindly come forward and continue with the certificate distribution. Sir, please.
Moving forward, I invite all participants from technical session 3 to step forward and receive the certificates for your session. Everybody please maintain discipline and decorum. Technical session 3 participants are invited to come forward. Dr. Ruby Gupta, Ms. Vasudha, Ms. Charu Sharma, Ms. Supriya Noble, Ms. Preeti Singhal, Ms. Sakshi Jaiswal, Ms. Pragati Dixit, Ms. Janvi Singh, Miss Karishma Mehta, Miss Anshul Pandey, Mr. Shivam Verma, Miss Isha Sharma, Miss Meenakshi Shekhawat, Miss Mehak, Mr. Gaurav, Mr. Ashish Ranjan, Miss Dharashri, Miss Raina Banerjee, Miss Mona Lisa Manjal, Mr. Jagdish, Miss Priyanka Dullar, Miss Anjali Thapa, and Miss Deepika Parihar. Thank you everyone.
Now I request all participants from technical session 4 to kindly join us and receive the collective certificates. Miss Purnali Conver, Miss Karima Bhati, Miss Nidhi Khurana, Miss Amrita Kaur, Miss Smita Mondal, Miss Gaurav Agarhari, Miss Sanskriti Gautam, Miss Riya Pal, Miss Priyanka Mukriti, Miss Vaishali, Miss Anju, Miss Dr. Sapna Shah, Miss Preeti Guleria, Dr. Aika Muktal, Dr. Meena Bhandari, Miss Priya, Mr. Akash Kumar, Miss Akshita Sharma, Miss Srishti Mishra, Miss Renu Bish, Miss Shafali, Miss Kiran Kumari, Miss Payal Sharma, Dr. Sumit Lata, Miss Soni Kumari, Miss Shivani Singh, and Mr. Ajay Singh.
Everybody please maintain the silence.
टेढ़ा कर दिया उसको कैमरे कितना बढ़िया एंगल दे रहा था वो सबका वो लाइव स्ट्रीम बढ़िया जा रहा था उसको टेढ़ा कर दिया आप लोगों ने मैं ठीक कर दिया
Thank you so much everyone. Thank you so much sir for your generosity in presenting the certificate. We truly appreciate your presence and support.
To continue with the distribution, we now invite Major General P.R. Murli sir to kindly come forward and felicitate the remaining participants. Sir, please.
I now invite all participants from technical session 5 to come forward and receive the certificate for your session. Everybody please maintain some silence. Miss Tanu Sharma, Miss Devki Nandan Sharma, Mr. Shadgat Anand, Miss Deepika Bish, Miss Pinky, Miss Simranjeet Kaur, Mr. Vikrant Rohela, Miss Palak Bhardwaj, Miss Neetu Kumari, Miss Gurpreet, Miss Asha, Mr. Jatin Kumar Singh, Mr. Deepak Jawar, Miss Ushi Tomar, Mr. Niranjan Kumar, Miss Nikita Rani, Miss Seema Kumari, Miss Shivani Bhaiya, Mr. Mohit Kumar, Mr. Dekham, Miss Vandana Sena, Miss Anjali Kumari, Miss Anisha Son, Miss Pooja Gurum, Miss Rakshita Pandey, Miss Pooja, Mr. Anubhav Shukla, Miss Nikita and Miss Alia Kasar.
ले आओ जाओ आ जाओ मनीषा ये एक करके दे
Thank you so much everyone.
Finally, we would like to invite the key individuals whose tireless efforts have contributed immensely to the success of this conference. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Yogesh Kumar sir and Ms. Komal Chaudhary ma'am, convener and co-convener of the international conference, to kindly come forward and receive their certificate.
Now I would like to invite all technical session in charges, Ms. Priti Guleria ma'am, Dr. Sedaini sir, Ms. Juhi Biduri ma'am, Dr. Azkia Khan ma'am, and Ms. Saswati Mohapatra ma'am.
We now move on to honor the organizing committee members. So I invite Dr. Ritu Rani ma'am and Dr. Amandeep Kaur ma'am to step forward and receive their certificates. Next, we extend our appreciation to the technical support team. So I now invite Mr. Chintan Kapoor sir and Mr. Manoj Kumar sir to kindly come forward and receive their certificates.
Next, I would like to invite the organizing team members of the International Conference. S.M. Ghanshyam Singh, ex-Subedar Harish Gangwar,
Ms. Kusum Mishra,
ex-Subedar Arvind Kumar, Ms. Kajal, Mr. Indrapal, Mr. Jitendra Kumar, Mr. Aslam Khan,
Subedar S.R. Yadav, Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Mr. Pradeep Pal, Mr. Mandeep Sharma.
कहाँ जा रहे हो? अच्छा पॉकेट में रखो।
Subedar S.R. Yadav sir,
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and for presenting the certificates. We are truly honored to have you with us today.
with that, we conclude the certificate distribution ceremony. A huge congratulations to all the participants and thank you to our esteemed guests for presenting the certificate with such warmth and appreciation.
Now, we will be sharing a feedback form link with you all and kindly request everyone to fill out the form.
Before we conclude, Let's come together in the spirit of our institution's motivational slogan. When I say me to we, I invite everyone to respond with AIE. And I want you to say this with energy. Right, guys? Okay, so me to we. AIE. Me to we. AIE. Me to we. AIE. I guess now you guys are energized. Okay. Moving forward, let us all rise for national anthem as mark of respect to our great nation.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
To conclude this event on a pleasant note, we invite all our guests, faculty members and participants to join us for high tea arranged in yoga lounge.
With that, we come to the conclusion of this prestigious international conference on e-governance and education.
A big thank you to each and every one of you for your active participation, enthusiasm and invaluable contribution. We wish you all a great week ahead. Safe travels and happy learning. Thank you.